All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Good evening, Akado. Oh, it's the TikTok. Good to see you on TikTok. But we're connected YouTube now. Thank you very much for being here, and thanks everyone for the likes. 116.3 likes right now. Thank you very much. Let me clap for everyone. Thank you. Particularly people do not do Yemenite, Bumblebee, and everybody who has helped get us to this number. Thank you very much. Please don't stop. Let's keep our tapping and liking the live. We're going to have a great time together today. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay. So just going to check all the platforms, be sure we're good, and get started. All right. On YouTube as well. Thank you for joining us on YouTube and on Facebook and also on X. Glad to have everybody join us for today's session. I'm going to tell you all about it in a bit. Oh, it's going to be a nice time today. I've got a feeling. Any church person here? I've got a praise. I've got a praise and I gotta get it out. I've got a praise. Let's just check YouTube to be sure we're good, and then we can get started. Facebook, thank you for being here. Please like the live and just tap on your screen, right? Those things help to get the live stream on people's FYP. And if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon up here to join the team. How are you? Ẹkáàbọ. Well, okay. All right. So if you're here on TikTok, please click on the heart icon up here. Please click on it and join the team. If you're already a member of the team, please drop a heart me. Let's drop heart me's and gifts to push the live together. Okay. Thank you very, very much. We need all the help we can get though, so please let's try and push the live together. Okay. I'm just trying to get everything, set on YouTube. I've got a praise. I've got a praise and I gotta get it out. Okay. Put out a couple of videos today. Kind of explosive if you ask me, so I think I understand the feedback. There was one feedback that actually took me aback, and it's the one where people said, what we're reading was fake history because it had to do with win the war. I was like, why is it fake when it's on you, but it's not fake when people do things to you? It's quite interesting. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please watch the videos. That particular video is on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and on TikTok. It's titled something about win the war myth. If I find it, I'll let you know, so I can check it out later. Win the war myth: when human flesh became a delicacy in Biafra. And folks on Facebook, some of them are saying, no, it didn't happen, you're lying. It's quite interesting. You can't change if you find it difficult to acknowledge wrongdoing. That means you don't have any hope, right, of making progress in life. You have to be able to know that, you are human, you're capable of being wrong, and when you're wrong, you just apologize and fix up. But if you're always saying it's a lie, there's no way you're going to make progress. That's the truth, because it's a mental issue. By the way, I saw a news report in 2023, from 2023 actually, where the government was talking about opening 15 psychiatric hospitals in a particular part of Nigeria. I think they really need to do it. And I'm not saying this to throw jabs. I just think it's very important that happens as soon as possible to help the people. Okay. Bumblebee. No, it's true, Shao. It's true. Buhari talked about it in 2023, and it needs to be done. Again, it's not even, sincerely, it's not a joke. It's not a joking matter. I mean, something has to give, and it has to be ASAP. Anyway, let's start with good news. Peter Bimbo Ademoye, the other day she was talking about the person who hijacked should I say a page, or essentially created problems for her on a YouTube page because the person used one of the songs and copyrighted it. Anyway, she put out a message that they've been able to sort it out. They've not found the person, but somehow they've been able to work around it, and now she has her page and her video back, so that's actually quite nice, and it's good to know. I just read what so she's been able to get the content back and the monetization, so that's good news for her. All right, having said that, there is something that I want to quickly address before we get into the other news. By the way, today we're discussing Aburi Accord, Ojukwu, and Decree number 8. Last time, that was on Monday, we started this series, Aburi Revisited. Okay, so today we're discussing Aburi Accord, Ojukwu, and Decree number 8. So essentially we're going to try to conclude what we started on Monday, but that'll be after the news. Okay, now there's a particular thing that I want to quickly talk about before we get into other news items, and that is an interview that was conducted a while back, got out there in the last couple of days, of a former gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State, who also happens to be a barrister, interestingly. His name is Bayo Shitu. He granted an interview and he said something that, I knew he was thinking that particular direction. I just didn't know that he could say it out loud, which is quite interesting, but which is good, by the way, so you know exactly what you're dealing with. But before we get into other things, I want to talk about this one. I'd like to play the video. I want you to listen, and then we'll talk about it. This is And by the way, he used to be a minister, was a minister under Aburi, Barrister Ojukwu. Take a listen to what he had to say, and when it's time to come up, please let me know what you think about it. And you can also write in the comment section, obviously. All right, so here's the interview with Barrister Ojukwu.
Because you are a leading Islamic figure. Why do you think Sharia is
Let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
How does Sharia, if it is institutionalized, how does it affect you?
It affects me because of what I see happening in other parts of Nigeria.
Are there not Christians in Kano, in Maiduguri?
Sir, even though I'm the one asking the question I'm putting to you is that what has been the fallout of the introduction of Sharia in the northern part of Nigeria?
How does it affect you negatively? That's the question I have. How does it affect Christians?
Sir, Christians have been, discriminated against. They can't get down to churches. They are being killed. They are being taken to Sharia courts. Sir, the next item after introduction of Sharia is to set up the Hizbah police that says you can't drink this, you can't go to parties, you can't do this. Really?
Yes, you are very intolerant.
With the evidence,
there is no evidence anywhere. There is no evidence anywhere. We are operating the same 1999 constitution as amended.
Let me ask you pointedly. Yes. Would you introduce Sharia to become governor of your state?
Well, the people ask for it. Let me tell you, even the constitution says it should be established wherever it is demanded.
So it's open. You may introduce
it is open because the constitution allows it. I don't run away from battles.
The Obafemi Awolowo that you and I are students of his ideology.
Yes.
Did he profess in any way?
Let me tell you, it was Obafemi Awolowo who introduced Pilgrims Welfare Board. Not even a Christian,
No, that's not introducing Sharia.
It is part of Sharia. It is part of Sharia. I mean, a lot of people oppose Sharia, people like you, out of intolerance.
No,
that is the truth.
That's not correct, sir.
Let me tell you, if there is Sharia in any community, no Christian can be forced to go in on that Sharia. Because the Constitution is supreme, we have courts, we have legislature, we have lawyers. So how would anybody be forced to come under Sharia and he will not take a lawyer to defend his rights?
Sir, is there any provisions in our normal legal jurisprudence that the laws of Nigeria cannot adequately cover that? We now need Sharia.
Yes. I'll give you an example. I got married under Islamic law. Yeah. If I want to divorce, God forbid, if I want to divorce any of my wives, where do I take the divorce case to?
Do the normal courts not?
The normal court, do they know Sharia? Do they know the provisions of the Sharia?
Customary courts don't know.
Also, do the illiterate in Sharia?
Call a lawyer an illiterate.
In the Sharia, about Sharia law, under which I got married.
I doubt if Yoruba people support your candidacy.
You are talking as if every Yoruba man is a Christian.
Of course, I know. I just told you.
There are Muslims who want Sharia. In fact, even in Lagos State, there are Sharia panels, non-governmental Sharia panels. There is in Oyo, there is in Ibadan, there are in many communities, even in Ekiti.
Let me ask you this, sir. One of the meetings that I saw you, when I told a friend of mine last night, so I was
bringing
you. You know what he said, sir?
What did he say?
He said, "Oh, please, Wale, I beg you, make sure you ask him what
I am ready to.
What is he doing? Hold on.
I am ready
he said
to.
I should ask you, what are you doing with Sheikh Abubakar Gumi?
Simple.
Why are you bringing
I didn't bring
a terrorist sympathizer?
I didn't bring him, and I don't agree with him on his position about.
But why are you hobnobbing with him?
Not hobnobbing. The Muslims of the North, Muslim scholars of the North, and Muslim scholars of Yoruba land had a meeting about unity, and they invited many of us, and I went there. In fact, the day I went to the meeting, I was traveling abroad. I just got in there, spent about an hour or so, and left abroad. So what is the problem? Let me tell you, interestingly, Gumi has a police orderly following him all over the place. If the government did not find him sufficiently guilty to not only arrest him, but also goes, gives him police order, who am I to discriminate against people?
Okay. Let's rest on that. Who wins 2027 elections?
God will decide.
Oh,
You mean at the presidential
yes,
level?
at the presidential level.
I know by the grace of God, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will remain as our president.
So, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar.
They are just wasting their time. They are just wasting their time. They are noise makers.
Oh,
many of them are very intelligent, but in terms of the Nigerian president,
yes.
it is Bola Ahmed Tinubu's continuing turn.
All right. I like what you said about politics. Apparently, I want Tinubu to win, but there's a major problem I think Yorubas need to pay attention to, particularly Muslims. And the way we talk about the fact that there are exceptions to the rule in the Southeast, but that they don't talk, is also the same thing we can say about Muslims who probably will not speak on this matter. Having Sharia panels is different from having Sharia courts. So when he was saying, they have Sharia panel in Ekiti and in Lagos, having Sharia panel is you essentially that Bisho Dabe or Benusi Mike. What the program that Oriyomi Amzat does at Agidigbo. That's the kind of thing it is. It's basically just, what is it now? It's like an alternative dispute resolution forum, right? That's what those things are. Nothing they say is binding, right? And I think it makes sense to have that if that's the way you think you can fix your issues, right? But this idea that a person in 2025 is looking for a way to have Sharia in Yoruba land is absolute nonsense. And I'll say why. When he said that Christians, nothing is going to affect them, do we not see something happening to Christians in the north? Elijah that was taken from his barber's shop was not a Christian. The idea that just once you're a Christian, but nothing's going to happen to you, it's a lie. It's a lie. We run a secular society. Practice your religion, but don't come with your laws. If you want to practice your law, do it amongst yourself in your mosques. This idea that has come to the governmental level, like in the north, it's senseless, especially when we know what has happened. When people are cutting off limbs in the north because somebody stole something, you're cutting off their limbs. Meanwhile, when the politicians in the north take something or steal, nothing happens to them. We know what we are doing with this. Religion should be something that you practice that brings you peace and everything, not that will cause the society to, everybody make paro. Meanwhile, they're not with the bottles, beer bottles, and say we don't want to have beer, but they will be collecting the share of tax that we VAT from beer. So what are we going to have when we start having something like that in the southwest? You start having Isba, because they're not breaking bottles. It doesn't make sense. Well, the good thing is this person cannot become governor, right? We don't, and this is not about, and he kept using, and there's a word he used, and I've noticed the pattern. I see it with Muslim conversations in the UK, for instance, or Igbos when we have conversations in Nigeria, or you have it with all these people that always shouting civil rights in the US as well. When you're talking, they will leave the matter and say you are intolerant, or you are hateful, or you are this, or you are that. So what he's saying, the man is asking you a question, you're saying the person is intolerant. Intolerant for what? For asking you a question. And then the man talks about Awolowo, and then he said Awolowo gave Pilgrim's Board. To be honest, maybe he did it then because Awolowo had this socialist mindset. It's not something that I'm going to advise. If I were governor, we're going to remove that kind of thing. Why should the state be involved in anything like that? I would do that because the what's the word now? Is perspective of economics is totally different from what we're practicing now. Okay, it's more socialist, more like how do we help our people achieve certain things, and so he did that to help the people. But he wasn't trying to institute Sharia in Yoruba. He was trying to help Muslims observe one of the pillars of their faith. When that now became a sin, I did not know. So Awo did not do anything Sharia, contrary to what barrister, contrary to what he's saying. Awo helped the Pilgrims Board, helped Muslims to be able, I mean, there was the house that Nigeria uses in Saudi Arabia, was Western region that actually had that one for Muslims who were traveling. But that was then. Today, there should be no Pilgrims Board that will be giving people any money to travel anywhere, whether to Israel, whether to Jerusalem or to Mecca or Rome or anywhere. If you want to travel, if you really want to go, look for money. That's how it should be. All this, this is not a theocracy, okay? And we don't want Sharia in Yoruba land. Anybody that doesn't like it, that's your business. There should be no Sharia. Muslims should be free to practice their faith. Christians should practice their faith. There's no Sharia in Kwara State. You saw what happened to that woman the other day. The traditional worshippers should be able to practice their own faith as well. The traditional worshipper in Ilorin, that they burnt her building. Because this is Sharia here. And when you come and say, oh, but there's a way, forget about your theories. In practical terms, it doesn't work in a society that is secular in nature. Sharia does not work. And Muslims should also speak. By the way, do people not like the way everybody is, where you can do your own, the other person can do their own, and you can have a society, and religion doesn't really affect what people are doing? Is it not better this way? Let me say this, and I'm a Christian. If you really want to take a place, well, this is a Christian perspective, so you may not agree, that's okay. If you really want to take a place for your faith, it's a spiritual matter. You don't legislate it. So I are looking for a way to introduce, it doesn't even make sense. Not in Yoruba land. We don't care about one particular religion having upper hand over anybody. Everybody is the same. And it's the same. See, you know what I think happens to us is that we don't see when we are messing up, or we see when others are messing up. Once you say your faith has to have a special place, what you're doing is not different from the Igbo person that says that he's supreme to other people, that wants Igbo domination. It's not different. It's not different from what the Benin person will say to Yoruba history and try to change it. It's the same thing. And it's nonsense. It's nonsense. Just live like a normal human being. This society is not an Islamic society. It's a secular society. You find your place in it. You live well. You practice your faith. Nobody should say you can't go to the mosque or something's wrong with you. You have your right. I mean, freedom of religion and everything, just like the other person. And don't tell us that on paper, if you're not a Muslim, it doesn't really affect you. We see what's happening in the north. It is affecting Christian Baje. And I don't care about having a Christian law. Okay, and if you really want to do all this, then use the Sharia panels to adjudicate. I mean, the matters that you want to have amongst yourselves. You want to say, oh, how does he want to break off from his wife? Let me tell you what this thing really means. And I think I should talk about it for a second. The idea of Sharia panels should be enough for anybody that wants peace in Yoruba land, and I'll tell you why. If a Christian wants to break up and they don't want to do according to, they don't want to use common law, they don't want to use the law, okay, what options do they have? Customary court. If they don't want to do that, they should go to their church. The same pastor that put them together should find a way to talk, and then they'll get something legal to, they'll eventually go to court anyway, but at least the pastor or the church or whatever will do in that relationship is religious. There's nothing, it doesn't have to be legal. You do your religious bit, then you send them to the place where they're going to get the legal one. For instance, when we get married, the register, what's that word? The certificate you get is from the government, but you marry in the church. Do you have to have a separate law for church wedding, church marriage, before you can get married? And say, oh, he got married. If he wants to divorce his wife and they're Muslims, they have to use Islamic law and use it amongst yourself. Now, must it be at the state level? we need to be talking like this, especially, and if you're a Muslim, please speak up. People will just this. You know how I said that I like to separate Igbos from IPOB. It's also how I like to separate Muslims from Islamists. Muslims who want to practice their faith, and that is it. But those who are carrying Islamism on their head are also different from Muslim Brotherhood. But if Muslims don't speak on that matter, then they're also different, because sometimes some people also, they will not talk, but if that thing works, they will not celebrate it. It's the same thing that Ironsi did. Some people were not part of it too, but as soon as they worked, they celebrated it, and then they worked with it, then they benefited from it. This is not how to build a society. And you cannot mention one thing, guys, one thing that the North has gotten right because of Sharia. Just tell me one. Something developmental, something tangible, measurable, that you can actually hold and say, thank God for Sharia in the North. Tell me one. Forget 2, 3, 4. Just one thing that, okay, since they started Sharia, this kind of growth has been seen in society, and it is measurable, it is tangible, we can hold it, we can talk about it. We don't have any examples. We will not see any good thing. These people will go to Dubai, they go to Abu Dhabi. They won't take one thing that they can copy from Abu Dhabi. It shall be shouting, we want to have, Kini, we want to have. For what? I know there are many Muslims who don't agree, but they have to also speak up. Thank you very much. I sounded like that because it's Yoruba land. And if you can say that when a pastor was saying the wrong thing, this is how I also sounded. So it has nothing to do with religion. It's just that there's structure, there's order, there's a way things should be, and we shouldn't just lose ourselves because of a particular understanding. And you know, some people there's a gentleman who comes here every time who's always fighting Muslims. These people actually make him seem right. Someone like this make him seem right. Anyway, but may God help us. May we not have people like this in power in Yoruba land. We want to have, of course, whether they are Christians and we've had lots of Christians and Muslims. We've had lots of Muslims, right, in different states, whether it's Lagos or Ogun, or we've had loads of Muslims. That's not the point. The point is somebody trying to introduce Sharia. It will not work. It will not work, and we don't want it. So there are Muslims that want it. I'm very sure many Muslims don't want it either. But even if there are a billion Muslims that want it, it still will not work. And I'll tell you why. Because kò sí nǹkan retari nínú ẹ̀. Àwọn tó ń ṣe kí ló ti fún wọn. Tàbá wọn báyìí sẹ́kù wọ́n ní ẹṣin iwájú ní tẹ̀yìn wó sáré. Mo fẹ́ sọ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ Yorùbá ni o. Wọ́n lẹ́ṣin iwájú ní tẹ̀yìn wó sáré. Ok, tàbá wọ àwọn ará iwájú tó ti ń lo òfin tó ń sọ yìí lókè ọ̀yà. Kí gangan la rí lára àwọn tàbí pé nǹkan báyìí ló ń ṣe ọ̀dẹ́pọ̀ àwọn náà fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní àdúgbò wa àbí ní ilẹ̀ wa. Pé àtòrí pé wọ́n ti ń lo òfin yìí ní kíní ṣe ló ṣe dáa fún wọn. Kí ni nǹkan pàtó tá lè mú nínú bó ṣe ń ṣe ètò ọrọ̀ ajé ni o àbí ohun ọ̀gbìn o àbí anything, just pick anything. Kí la lè mú nú ẹ̀ pé bó ṣe ń ṣe yìí o bó ṣe yẹ kó máa ṣe ilé kó wà lè rí bó ṣe ń rí jẹ́ka náà ṣe mi bíi kò sí. And you know the craziest part? These laws do not affect the elite. You see boys with hands chopped off for what? For stealing. Is it good to steal? Of course none. Of course not. It's not good to steal. Why would you cut off a person's hand because they stole? In 2020, it still happened like a couple of years ago. I think maybe one even happened last year. What's the sense in that? Because that's what they used to do 1,000 or hundreds of years ago. That was then. Everybody evolves. Or say somebody stole. All the politicians have been saying that they even took video that we saw on camera. Their hands are still okay. It's the poor. And I will say something that will probably leave this matter. The way this thing is practiced in the north, okay. We have to tell ourselves the truth. And folks in the north also if that's what they want to have in their place, that's okay. But you have to understand the fact that they've spent more than a century, creating a religious, more than a century actually. They started doing this before colonization, British colonization. They've been using Islam to engineer their society. Down here, we don't use religion. It's a secular society. It's not a Christian society. It's not a Muslim society. It's not a traditional worshipper society. It's Yoruba land. It's secular. And no religion, whether it's Christian, Islam, or traditional worshipper or whatever, not one can hold the reins of power in Yoruba land. Especially through legislation. It's not going to happen. Don't worry, I'm just communicating to all of us what our Agbagbas, what they have said. These things actually make you feel like kill and baka. Well, I'll borrow the jari. And the crazy part is this person used to be a minister of, I think it was communication or something like that under Buhari. This person was gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State a while back. Hapa. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀sán kan tó máa jẹ́ kí ìlú kó túbà kó túṣẹ. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin àdúgbò yìí. Ṣé àwọn tó ń ṣe banditry ní north, ṣé tó ti fẹ́ máa wọ ọ̀dọ̀ wa báyìí sí, ṣé ṣáyà ló máa fi dá wọn dúró? Ṣáà kí ń wo àwọn kíní bó ṣe ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ni? Oh my God. If you notice I was code mixing, it's because now Yoruba matter, so I had to. All right, let me read some things on YouTube. Mr. Larry Badmos, thank you very much for your kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Roti Mikade as well, thank you very much. Olatunde Odetiran, Ekason, Epeleo. Akado, you are speaking big English, but I'll look for a dictionary to understand. Thank you very much for your comment. All right, let's move away from Sharia-related matters, but still in the north. Kano State Governor Abake Yusuf resigned with 21 members, along with 21 members of the State Assembly, 8 members of the House of Representatives, and 44 local government chairmen of Kano State. The governor, through a letter to the chairman of the Diso Chiranchi Ward NNPP in Gwale local government area, formally announced his intention to leave the party effective from Friday, January 23, 2026. The letter reads, I write with a deep sense of gratitude to formally notify the leadership of the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP of my decision to resign my membership of the party with effect from Sunday, 25 January 2026. I remain sincerely appreciative of the opportunity given to me by the party, its leadership and members across Kano State to be part of its political journey since 2022, as well as the support, goodwill and cooperation extended to me during my time in the party. In recent times, the party has been confronted with persistent internal challenges arising from leadership disagreements and ongoing legal processes, many of which are presently before the courts for judicial determination, and so on and so forth. Final paragraph. This decision is taken in good faith, without any ill will, and with a continued commitment to peace, unity, and the progress of Kano State. 30 states, APC. Wow. 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 I think the president is doing something right. Regardless of what people think, I think he's doing something right. Someone says personal matters should not raise problems. Oh, it's about the religion thing, though. Shebi wa Yoruba. In Yoruba, you have a father well, my parents are Christian, but you have like cousins and somebody in your family must belong to. Oh, sorry, let me not say must. Probably belongs to another religion apart from your own. It's normal. It's normal. I think we should have that collective mindset, right? And religion has a place, but that's not the base of our identity in Yoruba land. All right, so that's that about Kano State. We'll see what happens. A lot of rumors are going. I mean, passing back and forth, but we'll see. Then will let us know as we see them. Moving on, leaders of the Kwara State chapter of Mietiala, including their president Idris Abubakar, have been arrested for alleged involvement in kidnapping and sponsorship of armed bandit groups in the state. I read that from Nigeria Stories. Wow. I thought we talked about this the other day when Mietiala said that they're not involved in what's happening in Kwara State. Apparently, their leader has been involved, which is sad. Anyway, moving on very quickly, we're trying to cover as many news items as possible before we get to class. Let's leave Kwara and now take our plane to Sokoto. Sokoto, I have to find it. We have this news from Channels. Give me a second, please. I'm going to find it later because of time. While I'm looking for it, let's listen to this exchange on Arise News with the screwdriver man that New York Times spoke about. If you're on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. Click on the heart icon to join the team. Drop your heart, drop a give. Let's try and push the live to the FYP together. So please don't stop liking the live. And if you're on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, please like the live. Thank you very much. Okay, so I was saying, New York Times actually put out this report about a screwdriver who influenced the American president. Anyway, he was on Arise News, and this is what he had to say. Take a listen, please.
Well, we were on our own when New York Times contacted us. That lady in question happened to have come to us some time ago after the NSAS killings, during which she interviewed us on a number of issues that we investigated, including the Ezu River body floating of January 2013, and of course the Obibo Army massacre and the abductions of October 21 to November 2020, and other related issues. So banking on that kind of relationship, so the woman returned. Motive is one of the most difficult things to be detected in a situation of interpersonal relationship. So she returned, and then we resisted her return because of the timing and other circumstances. But she went and introduced to us one of our longtime friends, by name Chideleke, who writes for This Day newspaper. She brought him, and she was able to convince us that this woman meant well. In fact, it was at that particular point in time that I even insisted on having her picture, because what I found on her profile was a flower. So I insisted on having her picture, and it was she who helped us by rolling out her pedigree as a West African bureau chief of New York Times and others. Although we at the 11th hour got intel information that New York Times, he saw her controversial in their reporting. But we said every media organization, whether local or international, somehow exists for protection of humanity, and not aware of any media organization that exists for destruction of humanity.
No, they call word salad. Like just word salad. That's what I got from that. Just talking. But that's the person who is in charge of InterSociety. There's a boutique-based organization that put something out some time ago, and they quoted Inter-Society as source, and I was like, really? Person where they are say the thing where they right now, where you get the thing, say get up on Google. Anybody can go on Google and put anything there now, so it is well. Anyway, he didn't say anything about whether what they said was right or wrong, because of course they were reporting, what they discussed, but it is what it is. So that's the man, the screwdriver seller that New York Times talked about in Onitsha. Still in Onitsha, Anambra Governor Soludo shut down Onitsha main market for 1 week. Why did he do that? Because he had warned that people should open their shops on Monday, and when they did not, apparently the repercussion is that their shop will be closed down. And this is what he had to say in Onitsha. This is Governor Charles Soludo. Take a listen, please.
The commander is here, Achede, and so on. This whole area, we're going to cordon it off in the first instance for the first 1 week. If we come on Monday and it is locked and any shop is not, we'll lock it for 1 month. Because we don't know wherever you come from, Anambra is open to everybody. Everybody is welcome to trade in Anambra. But if you must trade here, you must abide by the rules. And the rules are that markets are open Monday to Saturday. If you are not prepared to open your shops Monday to Saturday, then leave Anambra and go to elsewhere. Period. Okay? So, this market will be shut down for the remainder of this week. It will not be open tomorrow. It will not be open on Wednesday. It will not be open on Thursday. It will not be open on Friday. It will open again on Monday. And if we come on Monday, you want what? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Okay. Listen. Are you hearing me? I want you in the first instance. But for those who have decided they are not there, they want more holidays, we'll give.
All right, that was Governor Soludo talking about the fact that they'll be shutting down the market for the rest of the week. And then while I was chilling on X, I saw something from Miriam Mogalu, who happens to be the wife to Kingsley Mogalu, saying that this is not the right way to go about this, that this is what you call a mediocre idea badly executed. Just went on with the saying that it's wrong, even though she's against it at home. What the government is trying to do is wrong, and then some people responded to her saying that this is the way it has worked in Enugu, Ebonyi, and Imo, right? That they had to seal off market in order to get people to sit up. But I mean, that's just English. Folks in the market actually went out to protest, and this is what the scene looked like, in Onitsha yesterday. Take a listen. You won't see it, but you can listen at least. Take a listen, please. the song.
Say we no go open. Say we no go open today. That's the reason. As you can see, everywhere is locked. Because we not come out on Monday. That's why everywhere is locked.
Everybody they stranded in Aya. I know get a Bible so security agents that are surrounding matters. Everywhere the very rowdy.
So people are there, but the shops are closed, and I think that's what they're going to be experiencing for the rest of the week. But while that's going on, and people are, sharing their thoughts and their opinions on the matter, one of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers, is he a lawyer or consultant? One of the two, I think his name is Barrister Maxwell. He was on Arise News, and he had something quite interesting to share with the rest of the world. Take a listen, please.
Out that they should close the market for 1 week. You gave out that they should close the market for 1 week. Who are you? Because you're the governor. The governor should be sued, and the action should be filed against the governor for taking such reckless decision. Well, the actions of Professor Charles Ojukwu in closing the market is executive recklessness. It's an abuse of power and should be condemned. In the first instance, this thing is a private business, somebody's personal business. And he decides how, when, where, time to open and run his business. Now, nobody is coercing anybody in the market to sit at home. That is where the governor can come in. If there is some people that are forcing people to close down the market and sit at home, that is where the governor cannot come in. And the person who is forcing people to sit at home should be arrested. Now, if the market people on their own decided to sit at home on Mondays, that is their business. Because on each market and those private shops, they are somebody's private property, and they are running the business with their money. So coming to lock it up because they refuse to open market on Mondays, I think is executive recklessness, and the governor should be sued, and the action should be filed against the governor for taking such reckless decision.
But then I'm wondering, does obeying a sit-at-home order, whether out of fear or coercion, does it constitute a legal offense by the traders?
Of course, if somebody issued an order asking you to sit at home with a threat, you should report. I don't say. Because what I mean by you should report to the governor is that the security agents that these particular people are threatening us not to open our shop. You should report, and it left the security agency to provide security for you, work in that intelligence, look at those who are issuing that order and those who are enforcing that order and get them arrested and deal with them in line with the law. You cannot ask the people to come up. Probably somebody is threatening them, and you fail to address all those issues, the people that are threatening them, and you're asking them, forcing them to sit at home. Now I ask the governor, what of the school? The school in Anambra State, the banks, the government establishments. You should start from there, not somebody's private business.
You cannot tell me when to open my chamber as a law firm. That if I did not open my chamber, that you're going to lock it up. You cannot do that because you have no business to direct me. It is different from when there is a coffee, when you say that nobody should come out and somebody now go and open the shop. The person is violating the government directives. Not for you, because I said that I'm not going to open my shop on my own. Nobody forced me. You said that because of that, you are going to lock my shop for 1 week or thereabout. You cannot do that. And it should be condemned.
With this collective punishment, as severe as it is, do you think it will be effective in any way?
How can it be effective? We're not. I go and see what is happening in Onitsha. You just like what you are talking about. You don't give order. You don't give directives that cannot be complied with. We are just from National Industrial Court now, where the court has ordered workers to go back to work. You gave a
aráyé ẹ yí wá yín padà o, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ t'Olúwa. That's a lawyer. That is a lawyer. And these are the people that is saying that the government should, I'm going to play something for you later. Well, let me just read here. So someone put out this information. When Peter Tamba ended the funding, Nigeria belongs to federal government. No, it's not federal government. It's state government. It's not even state government. State government actually holds the land in trust. So I think this one also mixing things up. Anyway, it says those supporting IPOB should show us the law that state markets should remain closed on Mondays in Anambra. Show us the law. Anyway, lawyers say, who is governor? Say, who does he think he is? That's what they say, Abi, something like that. Did I hear him correctly? I think he said in the first few seconds. Wait, I want to make sure I'm not quoting him wrongly. Give me a second, please.
The governor should be sued, and the action should be. If they out that they should close the market for 1 week, who are you? Because you're the governor. The governor should be sued. Action should be.
They say, who are you? The number one citizen of the state. Who are you? Okay. He will tell all of you who he is. It's just quite sad. And while the governor was saying his own, guess what? IPOB also put out a directive. The indigenous people of Biafra has asked traders and shop owners at the Onitsha main market to open for business starting yesterday, Tuesday, despite Anambra State Governor Professor Ojukwu directive shutting the market for 1 week from Tuesday. What's his name? The lawyer, who also happens to be Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, or what else do you call it? Consultant. He says that who is the governor? Wonderful people everywhere. You know the crazy part? There's another. Nnamdi Kanu has two main lawyers who became consultants. One is Maxwell Okpara, the one we just listened to. The other person is Ejimako, and he also shared his own thoughts about this matter. And Iru Romborum, essentially, we don't understand that one. I don't know how to explain. We'll explain later when we're having interpretation classes. Iru Romborum means that the rapper and the Gilin are the same. The rapper and the Iborum are the same. What's Iborum? Ask your friend. Sarah reporters, no executive order can stop sit-at-home in Southeast except Nnamdi Kanu's release. Lawyer Ejimako cautions Anambra Governor Soludo. This other lawyer is cautioning the governor of the state, telling the governor that no executive order can stop sit-at-home in Southeast except Nnamdi Kanu's release. Ejimako made the assertion while reacting to the decision of Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo to shut down the Onitsha main market over the continued observance of the IPOB ordered sit-at-home by traders in the state. Barrister Alo Ejimako, the special counsel to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has said that no executive order or action by any government in any southeast, special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu has said that no executive order or action by any government in the southeast counts in the state. Sarah reporters earlier reported that Governor Soludo on Monday issued a stern warning to traders in the state, insisting that they must open their shops for business from Monday to Saturday or relocate elsewhere. I'll jump straight to what Ejimako said on his official X account. He described the sit-at-home as a reflection of the deep-seated grievances of the Igbo people over the continued imprisonment of the IPOB leader. We're not sitting at home before the IPOB leader was IPOB'd. Anyway, it says the truth is self-evident. The Monday sit-at-home in Southeast is the best evidence of how unhappy Ndibo are over the travels of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and it will persist until he is freed. The sit-at-home has reached a point where no executive order can end it, but it will end instantly on its own once Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is freed. Just sound like somebody saying Okpa. Anyway, while that one is saying his own, Alliance of Biafran Americans. It is well. Alliance of Biafran Americans put out a message on this matter. Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, Deputy Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra, USBG, has ordered illegitimate Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo to cease engagement with Biafrans at Onitsha. Governor, no, let me just stop reading it. It's just a wonderful word. Anyway, while they are doing their thing and the lawyers are doing their, I can't even call this lawyering because it's just, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. But while they were doing that, court struck out Nnamdi Kanu's motion seeking transfer from Sokoto prison. Bill, I say, go pay for that place. This is from Channels Television. Justice James Omotosho of the Federal... I apologize. That name, I be like, whenever I see that name on social media, people always just saying all kinds of things about him. But no matter what he does, that name just keeps coming up. The man that he cursed out in his own chamber, in his own courtroom, his name keeps popping up. So you're like, people I say you will never be free of this man. Anyway, let's read the news. Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has struck out an ex parte motion filed by the convicted leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking his transfer from the Sokoto Correctional Facility. At Tuesday's proceedings, Kanu's legal representative, Demdu Hassan, a senior legal officer of the Legal Aid Council. Why? Why is he using legal aid? Two lawyers are talking about IPOB, but he's using the anyway. At Tuesday's proceedings, Kanu's legal representative, Demdu Hassan, a senior legal officer of the Legal Aid Council, informed the court that he wished to withdraw from the matter, citing irreconcilable issues. It must happen. Someone says, "What it done?" Even the legal aid say, they do again. He says he wished to withdraw from the matter, citing irreconcilable issues. He explained that since the last adjourned date, he had been in constant phone communication with the relatives of the applicant. However, the relatives did not show up at the legal aid office to depose to the application despite phone calls and promises to appear. Demdu added that Kanu sought to dictate the proceedings and control what counsel would say in court. He wants to write down what I would say while in court, but as an officer of the court, I can't in good faith accept that, he said. He further stated that after consulting with the superiors, they shared the same sentiment. As officers of the court, when a matter comes to us, we handle it as we see fit. Otherwise, the applicant can find legal help elsewhere. You know, they are going to legal aid. You see one tell them, wait till they go talk. Wonderful. Them do said all those things. Then he then revoked Order 50 Rule 1 of the Federal High Court rules, seeking to formally withdraw from the matter. In his ruling, Justice Omotosho commended the counsel for upholding the dignity of the court. He granted leave for Demdu and the legal aid counsel to withdraw from representing the defendant. The judge added that the motion was incompetent. However, in the interest of justice and fairness, he directed that other parties involved be served with notice. He noted that since the last court sitting on December 8, 2025, there was no proof of service before the court. Justice Omotosho thereafter ordered that the ex parte motion be struck out for lacking competence. Wonderful. That was from Channel Abi. I read from another news paper. This is the Cable NG. Nnamdi Kanu loses prison transfer bid as lawyer quits over his alleged interference. A federal high court in Abuja has struck out a motion by Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, seeking his transfer from Sokoto Correctional Facility. The IPOB leader was remanded in Sokoto prison following his conviction on a 7-count terrorism-related charge by a federal high court in Abuja on November 2020. Has it been that long? Wow. November 20, 2025. Wow. Anyway, so they're trying to compel the federal government and or the Nigerian Correctional Service to forthwith transfer him from the Sokoto Correctional Facility to a custodial facility within the jurisdiction of this honorable court. Alternatively, he sought an order transferring him to court immediate environs such as Suleja or the Kefi Custodial Center for the purpose of enabling the applicant to effectively prosecute his constitutionally guaranteed right of appeal and so on and so forth. Anyway, we know now that he's going to be there for a very long time based on what happened. But, I mean, in case you are supporting beautiful song to sing, you'd like to listen to it, take a listen.
You know, when they arrest.
All right, that was that helped me to also ensure that we get the right stuff. While markets were closed, or markets across Anambra State or across Onitsha were closed, or still are closed, some people said to be very creative, but they didn't show their creativity in Anambra State or in the Southeast at all. They didn't even show it in Nigeria. They went all the way to Benin Republic. They went to Republic of Benin. Number one, there was a market that was recently refurbished and, you know, rehabilitated in Benin Republic that people are beginning to call Biafra Market. And they are warning them that they should stop calling it Biafra Market. I'll see if I can find you that video where they are saying stop calling it Biafra Market. Maybe I should play that video first. I think this hate that people are always shouting, everybody hates us. Be like I say, it's international now. So at least that's something to celebrate, I guess. I'll play that one, then I'll play you what they did that I call creative. Mr. Deomi, Akadol, Eshio, thank you very much. I see you on YouTube. I'll read your comments later. I'll play you a video from Benin Republic. You know the crazy part? That song. What? You know they sang that song for Ojukwu? I'll find you that video later. But here's what we are getting from Benin Republic. Listen, please. Listen, please.
This is Biafra. As now, good everybody. This is just a message video. Biafra. As now,
sorry, that there are two videos. Don't borrow one, so let me just pause one. I'll pause the other one so that you can listen to Amagbole Okoko. Okay, this is Benin Republic. Take a listen, please. Yeah, come off one base, come off one auto web. Don't watch that. Anyway, Ẹkáàbọ ti àwọn ará Benin Republic náà.
Biafra. As now, good everybody. This is just a message video to all my Nigerian brothers and sisters living in Benin Republic. We are brothers, we are family, but you people don't have the access, the courage to be calling our own property Biafra something. Make them stop. We are brothers. Today we are doing like family. It's all right. Open in Benin Republic and take out one. All my Nigerian brothers living in Benin Republic, starting call that market Biafra market. Say they just open Biafra market. That's what we don't want in our country. We don't know Biafra. We don't want anything about Biafra. Our whole country is Benin Republic. Nothing concerns Biafra in Benin Republic. If we don't fight for tribalism, make una stay for Nigeria. There's one existing market where they come be sell for Cotonou, where they sell clothes and others. So for there, we have a lot of Nigerian brothers and sisters that are all doing for them. So the government just open new market for them at Pekatua. So that market is a modern market. There's a lot of space there. So they can't demolish the other market will be a miserable. There's demolition. So all the Nigerian brothers and Cotonou brothers that are working together, then get access to go to the new market and register and to get a new place where they can stay and sell their products. So, but we are seeing on the internet a lot of Nigerian brothers, especially Igbos, that calling that market Biafra market. That's what we Benin Republic people we don't want. We know what is really going on in Nigeria about all this Biafra stuff, but we don't want that in our country. Please, guys, we are neighboring country, we are brothers, we are sisters. But make us just stop calling our own market Biafra market. We don't want that. Please, guys. This is Biafra.
They don't go international now. I mean, it's not new. It's happening in Ghana. So if it's happening in Benin Republic, it's just one of those things. But what was the guy responding to? I don't know if you've listened, if you've actually seen the video that he's responding to. But just in case you haven't, I'll quickly play it before I go to the other one. Take a listen, please.
This is the new site for Biafra market that was just destroyed yesterday in Benin Republic. So as you can see, people are turning up here. The market is very, very big. The market is very, very big.
This is an animalistic way of doing things, especially when you are far away from home. Don't carry the nonsense. Reach Benin Republic now. Tell them, say, get Biafra market. They say they don't feel do anything because all of us are Africans. They'll go deal with you very well because this is rubbish. Anyway, we heard it in Ghana, we heard it in South Africa, we heard it in Mozambique, in China, in Malaysia, in Indonesia. Everybody cannot hate you. So after they called it Biafra market, those ones said don't call it Biafra market. They now decided to be creative. They went to clear a particular portion of land in Benin Republic. Guys, this one be like film. They went somewhere. Nobody gave them any authorization. No, they just cleared the place. did a lot of work, and they want to start a market there in another man's land. So the government sent police to cordon off that area and make sure they don't gain access to that place. They then went online to complain and say, see what they are doing to us. Is it because they are Igbo? If you don't believe me, I'll play it for you. Take a listen to this very interesting development in Benin Republic. Take a listen now.
Okay guys, as you can see all those policemen over there. And if you remember my last video, I posted the people were clearing bushes, all these bushes now that you are seeing. People were clearing them massively. They were clearing it with all their energy. So now after clearing all these places, and they now use police, they use these things to block it and use police to just block everywhere. Like why are they doing this to Igbos here?
This has to be mental illness. This is mental illness. You go to another person's land. You say all of you and your family members now went there and you cleared a huge portion of space because you want to start your own market in another person's land. The police now said, be like say your head no correct, more help you correct them. They can't say cordon off that place. Maybe people no go there, go start. You can't they say why did they do them to Igbos? What kind of nonsense is this? Do people think victimhood in Wambe? So you go to another person's land and say, oh, why are you doing this to Igbos? In their land. If you're a Yoruba person, this is what we're saying. It's not about one Nigeria or Kini federalism. It's about a way to have, you know, when people just want to have their way without any form of consequence. Like you want to just do what you want to do. Clear. Think about it. So you go to another person's country. If I forget country, even another person's state or town, you now look for a space. You can't clear them off. You don't ask anybody. You didn't talk to anyone. Just clear off like plots and plots. You now say you want to start business there, and the people should let you do it because of your ethnicity. If you are Igbo here and raising the next generation, please do better. Let's have a better. This guy actually was playing this sad music in the background. Did you guys hear it? Very sad.
Okay guys, as you can see all those policemen over there. And if you remember my last video, I posted the people were clearing bushes, all these bushes now that you are seeing. People were clearing them. All the Igbos here in the Republic, they were clearing this bush massively. They were clearing it with all their energy. So now after clearing all these places, and they now use police, they use these things to block it and use police to just block everywhere. Like why are they doing this to Igbos here?
I did not make that up, or he said why are they doing this to Igbos here? So you can do anything you like, but nobody must do anything because of who you are. Anyway, while they're doing that in Benin Republic, they're doing something else close to Benin in Nigeria. But this time is the Urobos who are speaking up. This is Senator Ovie Omoagege speaking on this whole thing that is going on about Biafra. Again, people are reacting. You can't blame people for reacting. The better thing to do is to check yourself and correct to yourself. Anybody can be wrong, right? Doesn't mean you are bad. Just you're not thinking straight. Fix up, okay? So this is Senator Ovie Omoagege speaking on Biafra. Take a listen, please.
We started seeing maps being drawn up that includes the Urobo nation as part of the Republic of Biafra. These are maps that are being drawn up by IPOB and Masob and this guy, their latest hero. You get it right there. Now, let me just state this up front. Everyone has a right to agitate for their people. Nobody will sit down and say the Igbos do not have a right to agitate for themselves. The union we have today, the Nigerian union as it is right, the Nigerian project is not a perfect union. Everybody should strive to correct those imperfections. So I respect their right to self-determination. I respect their right to agitate on behalf of their people. What we will not countenance is for them, without consulting the Urobo people, to swear mutu on their own, include Urobos as part of their map of the Republic of Biafra. And what even made it all the more insulting to us as Urobos is that, unlike maybe Anioma, that maybe was part of the Biafran Republic, are you getting it right? Because of, I think that stakeholdership and kindredship, with the Urobos, we don't have that. We were never part of the Republic of Biafra. We are not now. And we do not plan to be part of that.
When did the senator become a tribal bigot? Why? He's not doing it. He's not doing the right thing. Anyway, that's that from the Senator V. Omagege. Everybody's basically reacting. That's the truth. And those who are saying, "No, people hate them," it's not hate. It's people, they're just tired. They've had enough. And I think it's important for people to actually correct themselves so that we can live together happily. But while Senator Omagege was doing his own thing, a US-based professor, her name is Nkechi, pleaded guilty to childcare fraud and now faces up to 25 years in prison. This is quite sad, actually. 25 years is a lot. Well, but we'll see how that plays out. I'd like to play something from there, and then we'll move on to other news. Take a listen.
A US-based Nigerian professor, Nkechi Eze, has just pleaded guilty to being the mastermind of a fraudulent scheme that stole over $1 million from the College, used her position as CEO of an NGO, the Early Learning Neighborhood Collaborative, to enrich herself. This non-profit was set up to help disadvantaged children. Instead, Nkechi diverted over $1 million of the NGO funds for her personal gains. She generated nearly $500,000 in fake invoices and created 2 fictitious daycare businesses to conceal the theft. The stolen funds were then used to finance luxury travels across Hawaii, Liberia, and Nigeria. The scandal has led to the closure of the non-profit. Now, while her partner in crime, Sharon Kilobri, has already been sentenced to prison, Nkechi is facing up to 25 years in prison. Please, always stay away from crime. Remember, crime doesn't pay. Stay safe.
Yes, crime does not pay. And we should say this also to this person who was arrested in Lagos for WhatsApp bomb threats targeting schools in Lagos. And police have arrested this person. His name is Kosiso Chukwem Neyem, who threatened to bomb schools in Lagos. And people are talking about the fact that, does this mean that IPOB, as long as they can board a bus from the southeast to Yoruba land, but thankfully the police actually arrested him. Police arrest suspect over bomb threat messages to Lagos schools. Lagos State Police Command has arrested a man, Kosiso Chukwem Neyem, over alleged bomb threat messages sent via WhatsApp to 2 schools in different parts of Lagos. Wow. Good. Well done to the police. That was quite good. All right. We're rounding up the news now, but before we go, a few more things. Here, the chairman of the Onitsha main market in Anambra State, Chijioke Okpalogo, has described the 1-week closure of the market by Governor Chukwuma Soludo as a wise decision to restore the market's economic glory, lost as a result of the Monday sit-at-home order initiated by the indigenous people of Biafra. This is actually very, very good. The fact that the leadership of the market, they're supporting the governor. Hopefully, they can begin to go to work on Mondays rather than people being afraid to open their shops. All right. I want to finish with President Tinubu and Sunday Igboho. But before I get into that, by the way, the wife of Ike, the wife of Senator Ekweremadu, who was originally sentenced to 4 years in a UK prison, was granted early release due to good conduct and the UK prison decongestion system. Her husband, who received a 9-year sentence, remains incarcerated but may be eligible for similar consideration after serving half of his term. So, Ike Ekweremadu has been released. Good for her. And while she's coming out in the UK, we have another Prime Minister of Biafra. I think we have like 3 now, to the best of my knowledge. So this is another Prime Minister of Biafra, and he issued a statement on the matter and on the chat. Please take a listen to him. His name is Ojukwu Nkere. I don't know what that is, but it is what it is. Take a listen.
Fellow Biafrans, good afternoon from Biafra Republic government in headquarters here in United States of America. To my fellow citizens, especially the Anambras, the Anambra people, what is happening in Onitsha today is by the action of a man called Soludo, illegitimate governor, parading himself as the governor of the people, who is ruling against the will of the people. Soludo left the Biafrans' business their shop up, unprovoked. He don't have the right to do that. My fellow citizens, where you are protesting, protest peacefully. Be your neighbor's keeper. Watch your neighbor. Protest for your freedom. From United States of America and around the world, we are watching. Don't leave the street without achieving your objective. Don't leave the street without letting your voice heard. Don't leave the street without getting your freedom back. The time is now. We need to be free from this terrorist government of Nigeria. They have killed us enough. Enough is enough. We are watching, and for the Nigerian terrorist state that always use their military to kill unarmed protesters, we are watching. Soludo and the Nigerian terrorist military, they will be held accountable. My fellow citizens of Onitsha,
is enough, Jai.
Biafra Republic government in Ezra and the de facto government, we are with you.
Yeah, with them. Yeah, with them. You have like 3 prime ministers. You don't even know who is leading you. I think I'd like to have a prayer meeting. And I'm serious, so I'd like to have a prayer meeting to pray for folks in the southeast and also in Yoruba land. Everybody needs help, but it's important to pray. But this is so we are washing. I don't know whether you are using Omo or Ariel or clean. This is clean. Anyway, Let's make a play. I mean, say the Prime Minister has spoken. On a serious note, though, yesterday in Turkey, the president tripped, and then it became a matter for different media organizations. So people talked about it, but again, it tripped, and I think that's normal. But we're glad he's okay. And so there's nothing to talk about it. I just wanted to talk about it so it doesn't look like we are acting like it didn't happen. It happened. But go back up. Welcome. Ẹkáàbọ. Anyway, former Senator representing Bayelsa East, Senator Ben More-Bruce, was on Arise News to talk about the president. And this is what he had to say. Take a listen, please.
If I was in the Senate today, I'll vote for President Bola Tinubu's policies because it makes sense. Look, every single president since I was a kid in this country I have known personally. So I'm not some guy who reads about them. From Gawan, with his vice president, I don't know where he used to be in the house all the time. It was like my uncle, all the way to the president. When Obasanjo was president, I lived with the president in the villa. I lived in house 8 for 4 years. So I've worked with President Bola Tinubu. I've worked with Obasanjo. I've worked with Goodluck Jonathan. I know all these guys. I know all of them. I know their capabilities. I know their capacity. Bola Tinubu is smart. Please understand. He's very, very intelligent. He's very, very smart. He understands policies. When he was running for president, one day I was with him. I said, you're going to appoint 42 ministers, 36 ministers. Some of them are political appointees. You're not going to know them. How are you going to make sure they can run the economy? And he said to me, all I care about, all I need are 8 ministers, and I will run Nigeria, the dream team. And that's what he has done. Finance, Wale, CBN, Yemi Cardoso, the NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, and Umahi for works, to name a few. Now, these guys are in the front line, and these guys have made a difference to the economy. Nobody can deny that. Now, inflation is what, 18%? Debt to service ratio is less than, 60% now from 97%? Consumer confidence is coming back. You're going to argue that, say, well, people are suffering on the streets. Yes, they're suffering on the streets. It takes a while to fix the economy. You're not going to fix it overnight. So people say, but Bola Tinubu should fix the economy overnight. That's not going to happen. Right. It's going to take a while.
All right, that was the senator representing Bayelsa East, and I think it's proprietor of Silverbird, Senator Ben More-Bruce. So that's actually quite nice to hear that from someone like that. Still on the president, I'd like to play an interview that was aired on Channels TV featuring Honorable Yakubu Dogara, the former Speaker, House of Representatives, and he also spoke about the president. Take a listen, please.
I don't know from which perspective you are judging. Honestly speaking, some of the issues were even understated or underrated. When we talk about the challenges relating to security, that's taken us how many years to get to the point where President Tinubu took over? You understand? And then there's nobody who has that magical wand that will just come and just wave it and everything will disappear. It is a challenge, but I can tell you that from the time this president took over, the time we were speaking now, in those days, if they asked you to go to Kaduna, just not too far from here, would you? You remember what even happened to the train from Abuja to Kaduna? You wouldn't. And like I said, in those days, if they tell you travel to Southern Borno, travel to Borno, not even only Southern Borno, travel to Adama and all those regions in the Northeast for Christmas or for any holiday, you wouldn't want to embark on that journey. Honestly speaking, we have seen leadership in that area. We have truly seen leadership. And in terms of the economic collapse of this nation, I don't know whether we sincerely appreciate where we were coming from. I like the point. I like the fact that the president does not share blame. You understand? He believes that apportioning blame is not the part effectively leaders take. But if we were to really articulate where Nigeria was at the time he took over to what has been achieved so far, you will give him below 60%. Although argument can be made, this philonomics, are people feeling it? I agree. That argument can be made. And in terms of reforms, reforms are absolutely necessary. And when he took over, maybe realizing how powerless the state of our economy was, it was just waiting to implode. We talked recently, last year, I addressed a gathering, and I was telling them about the 22.7 trillion that was printed by means of ways and means. That is how it is called. Just printing money. And then you can't really attribute value as such to that quantum of money that was printed and injected into the economy. That was the beginning of the problem. And so things that have suffered years of decay, to say that you totally reverse them within 2 years, honestly, it is not possible. But we have seen that there's light at the end of the tunnel if these reforms are allowed to endure. I'm a farmer. If my cow, gets pregnant, I expect that it should deliver within 9 months, because that's the gestation period. And if you call me to say that the cow has delivered within 3-4 months, I know that I have a crisis. So a lot of us know for sure that some of the reforms will actually take time before they begin to yield returns. And we're beginning to see that a lot of areas of leakages have been covered. Look at where we're hemorrhaging money through dual exchange rates. I don't know whether you've been able to truly estimate how much we lost in the process, where people became multi-billionaires overnight for offering no services, for selling no goods, for practically doing no work, just because they had leverage and access where they could get forex allocation and sell every week.
Mother has.
All right, so that was Yakubu Dogara, former Speakers of Representatives. And then in Sarah Reporters, we have this news. Exclusive 35 military officers, including 33 Northerners, detained over alleged coup plot against the Tinubu government. At least 35 Nigerian military officers are currently being detained over an alleged coup plot against the Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government, Sarah Reporters has learned. This is contrary to a claim by the Defense Headquarters on Monday that 16 officers were arrested and being investigated for alleged involvement of Ẹkáàbọ in plotting to overthrow the government. So essentially, I think it has to do with the guys who were the officers who were trying to execute a coup. Okay, so it says here, the military authorities had in a statement said the indicted officers will be arraigned before military judicial panels. The statement titled Update on Disciplinary Cases Involving 16 Officers Investigated for Indiscipline Breach of Service Regulations was signed by Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba. It will be recalled that the Defense Headquarters issued a press statement in October 2025 regarding the arrest of 16 officers over acts of indiscipline and breaches of service regulations, the statement said. However, top military sources told Sarah Reporters that 35 personnel, including 33 Northerners and an operative of a paramilitary organization, are currently being detained over the coup plot. And then it goes on to say that among the officers are an Army Brigadier General, 2 colonels, 5 lieutenant colonels, 1 wing commander, Air Force equivalent of a lieutenant colonel in the Army, 8 majors, 1 lieutenant commander, Navy equivalent of a major in the Army, 2 squadron leaders, Air Force equivalent of a major in the Army, 5 captains and a lieutenant. Also in detention are 10 non-commissioned officer, NCOs, which include a warrant officer, 5 sergeants, 1 corporal and 2 lance corporals. Alright, so we went on to mention some of the names and all of that. We'll wait to hear more details on this matter, and then we'll be able to. I want to make sure that we have it from different news, organizations, so that we'll be on the safe side when that time comes. But we're glad they called these people and they didn't get to actually execute their plan. Lastly, before we go, so the president is safe, thank God, and may he continue to lead the nation until 2031 and make the country get better even before then. Okay, last news item, and then we'll go to class. We read the other day that Baba Olubadan was in Abuja meeting with the president. Of course, that was before he traveled out. Apparently, while he was away, he called, when he returned, or while he was in Abuja, whichever one, he called Sunday Igboho and Sunday Igboho returned to Ibadan, and he was with Kabiyesi in his palace, and he had this to say. Please take a listen.
Sunday, Monica Lisa, Aranito, Moloa, Malay, you didn't tell me about it, you have read to the when someone says,
So we're glad to have him back, and we hope that they conduct themselves better than they did the last time, especially with the interviews on social media and with the things they actually do and the activities they carry out. But glad that Kabiyesi, and the news report we read the other day talked about how, you know, they actually sorted out his issue. Thank God that was done. All right, I'm going to bring up one or two people, and you can react to any of the news items, just one or two, so that we can get to class. It's almost 6:30, and if we don't have anybody coming up, then I'll just go straight to class. All right, thank you very much for not coming. I think this we can make you maybe make it bring people up much later. All right, let's fly to class. That's the news. Now to the topic. Aburi Accord, Ojukwu, and Decree number 8. Before we get to class, please be on TikTok, Power Tap. Let's try and get these numbers to 50k likes, and hopefully we can move to 100 in the next 30 minutes. Please like and share the live. Also click on the heart icon up here, drop the heart me, you know, let's push the live to the FYP together. So if you're on TikTok, let's do that very quickly. Thank you very much. For folks on YouTube and Facebook, please like the live and share. We have a number of likes actually, but it's not as we don't have as many likes as the people watching. So if you can, please like the live and also share the live stream. All right, let's do that together. Thank you very, very much. Where were we? On Monday, we started talking about Aburi Revisited. You know, the events that led to. So I put a video out last week, and somebody went there and was chatting up about Aburi. And again, it's a shame that when people talk about Aburi, they talk about it as though they are still in 1967. Like all the things that happened, in fact, not just 67 January, February. All that has happened since March of 67 is as though they never happened. And one of the ways I know that people have never really heard of these things is because when you say these things, they curse you out. But the smart ones among them will say grok if he's on Twitter. They'll say grok, they'll grok it or whatever. And of course, after grok gives them the information, they'll not be able to say anything anymore. But the ones that want to insult you will still insult you because, you know, that's DNA. So the point really is that a lot of us may not have heard about it before, or maybe we know, but maybe we still need to, you know, have a refresher course, so to speak. So that's why we're doing this. So we talk about Aburi, and what led to it. Now, if you want to know what led to Aburi Accord, please go to our YouTube channel and watch Aburi Revisited. Is in the live section. You'll be able to see all of that. So I'm not going to go back to everything we've discussed so far. I'm just going to continue from where we stopped. I still have to mention some of the things we talked about anyway. So rather than start from January, I just start somewhere in September into January of 67, rather than starting in January of 66. So we know that the coup, the counter coup, all those things, led to terrible events that happened up until August 1st, when Gowon was installed as the head of state. We said, of course, that there was a coup in January. It was an Igbo coup, January 15 of 66. There was a coup in July. It was a northern coup, July 29 of 66. And it was basically payback for what happened in January. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just what it is. It was payback. Now, after that happened, they had an issue choosing who was going to be the head of state. And eventually, they were going to actually break out of the country. And I think people don't appreciate that as much, but it's something that we should actually talk about some other time. Oh, people are writing on YouTube. I'm sorry I didn't read your stuff, but maybe later. I've already started the class. All right, so this is something that we should probably talk about, because we need to appreciate the fact that the Northerners were not planning to become another Igbo or become another Inosi. They actually had that coup in order to break the country apart. That's why they called it Araba. It was about destroying the whole thing, just have a Northern Republic. But they were prevailed upon by the British High Commissioner, the American Ambassador, Nigeria's AGF, people like Kashim, people in the civil service, senior civil servants, especially those from the north, were able to persuade the officers, and so they abandoned the idea of seceding and decided to appoint somebody to lead Nigeria. So they appointed the man who eventually became General Gowon. So Gowon became the head of state on August 1st. August 2nd, released Awolowo from prison. By 12th of August, he had put out the Gazette. That same month, he organized something called the Ad Hoc Conference, where they brought the leaders of thought from every region. But Ojukwu made sure that his own people did not go. This was in September. All right. Around that period, of course, things that happened in July into August, terrible stuff in the north, of course, essentially payback for what happened in January, but it was still terrible regardless. People were sent back home. A lot of people had returned to the east, and they went with news of terrible things that happened to them. When their own people in the east heard about it, they attacked the northerners in the east. Now, people don't talk about it, but trust me, these things are written in books. And they didn't only do it in the east; they also did it in the Midwest. Okay, but in the east, they killed northerners en masse, right, in the hundreds. Okay, so things happened. Did you read it the other day? I read it in passing. I don't want to make it a topic, but I read it in passing. They kill people in Umaya, in Owerri, in Port Harcourt, in Imo, in Enugu, in Oboloafo. A lot of people from the north were unalived, and that provoked another kind of reaction. So what happened was that certain people were there who were foreigners who had seen what happened in Oboloafo, and they got the news out, and it was reported on Radio Cotonou and other radio stations. People received signals in Nigeria, and folks in Kaduna heard about what happened in the southeast on Radio Cotonou, then decided to translate it into English and Hausa languages, broadcast it to their own people. They heard what happened to their brothers in the south, in the eastern part of Nigeria. Then they began to kill Igbos again. And that was massive, and it was a massacre. It was terrible. It was so bad that by the time the eastern region put out a document in October of 66, they claimed that 7,000 Igbos died. At the time, Ojukwu was the governor, so it wasn't like somebody else did it. Ojukwu said 7,000 people died in October of 1966, reporting what had happened, and all of the killings, of course. Nobody really talked about what happened to the Northerners, but he talked about what happened to the Easterners because, of course, that was his own, constituency. So put out the message, and of course, people like Gowon felt very terrible about what happened, and so when they called for the adult conference, they expected to have representative from every part, including the eastern region, but they didn't really have anybody. But this is what Gowon said on 3rd October 1966. We're going to start from here today. It says, "Gentlemen, I will tell you this. Certainly, there has been a damage. I think that is what we never seem to admit when there is something like that. There's a damage, and I'm very, very sorry. As I said, for God's sake, don't lose hope. If we are alive and if we are determined, we can get this country back to its proper shape. I am determined to do that, even if it means my life. I give you my word for it. To our Eastern friends, for God's sake, please don't lose hope. Let us try and see what we can do to mend what has happened. Give me a chance, and I am quite convinced I will be able to do something very shortly." That was October of 1966, and I just read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Green. That was a speech by General Gowon. Excuse me. That was a speech by General Gowon. That as well. Okay, that was October. Oh, I should say this. That was October. Well, something. The conference was meant to start. Again, September 1966. The dates are very, very important. That tells you the mindset, I was going to say maniac mindset, to be honest, of certain people in this country. Now, people that killed them, I mean, terrible things that happened in the north and also in the east. By the way, folks in the north had apologized. The governor of the north apologized to the east for the people that died in the north. The federal government apologized to the east for the people that died in the north. The eastern government never apologized to anybody for all the northerners that were killed in the east. And there were many. I have a video on it on YouTube. I'm trying not to change to this topic because it's very, very emotional, the way they killed people. We hear about what happened to the Igbos, but we don't hear about what happened to others in the hands of the Igbos. And so we always have this single narrative, single story, perspective of the matter. We always say, no, somebody is a victim. Doesn't change the fact that Igbos were victims of what happened, though. I mean, it has to be acknowledged. But when you acknowledge only one side, what you're doing is to make that group the sole victim of the narrative, or in the narrative. So all the events that happened in Nigeria's history, that's the sole victim. That's a lie. They were perpetrators of terrible things in the Midwest, in the eastern region, even in parts of today's Middle Belt. Parts of Benue and Kogi State, the Igbos got there. Did terrible things. For the Northerners living in the, you know what? I've said this thing. I said it last time. I'm saying it again, but I've never read it. I've not read it so far. Do you mind if I read this thing? It's actually quite important. I'm trying to gloss over it, but I don't think it's going to help. You can't appreciate it until you've heard. And again, like I always say, and it's important to repeat it, this is not to say something. I'm going to say you did something I did not do just to be able to claim that, whatever. But it's important that we don't have this terrible thing where we just act like one group is, nothing happened to them. I won't even read everything. Should I read? Let's start with Enugu. Very quickly. In Enugu, the attack on Northerners started on the 15th of August. Igbo soldiers led the attack. About 630 Northerners were killed in the province, while 27 were seriously wounded. A Northern boy, 7 years old, was publicly slaughtered in the street by uniformed Igbo. I'll take that slowly. A Northern boy, 7 years old, was publicly slaughtered in the street by uniformed Igbo soldiers in the presence of another Northerner who dressed like an Igbo and was thus able to escape detection. In Onitsha province, 30 Northerners were killed and 6 seriously injured. In Owerri too, where Northerners had lived for long and intermarried with the Igbos, they were attacked and killed in cold blood, despite assurances from the Igbo elders. One Northerner, by the Igbo elders in quote, one Northerner who escaped from Owerri was Alhaji Sabo, who was born there his father having settled there 70 years ago. His father, chief of the Hausa community in Owerri, had been a customary court judge there for 37 years. He was killed at the beginning of the organized attack on Northerners in the presence of the son, who later managed to escape to Kaduna. All of that happened in August. In September, a very large number of those Northerners who had managed to reach Oboloafo on their way to the north were murdered. This atrocity was witnessed by some foreigners on the Ojukwu-Onitsha road on their way to western Nigeria, and these eyewitnesses are believed to be one of the sources of information for the foreign broadcast of the atrocities. In Port Harcourt, a house with a large number of northern women in hiding was attacked. The women were raped and beaten to death. Igbos singing war songs slaughtered every northerner they could find in the street, and a number of those who were in hiding were killed quietly by their neighbors. During the evacuation, a train driven by an expectorate carrying about 2,000 northerners from Port Harcourt was stopped at Imo River by Igbo soldiers. Suddenly, Igbos armed with deadly weapons rushed out from the bush and attacked the passengers. Every adult male northerner on the train was killed and the body thrown into the river, while children and the young women were captured and taken into slavery. The few survivors were eventually admitted into Otukpo and Makodi hospitals. I'll just read only this part. If you read Sunset in Biafra, you will see what happened to others in Port Harcourt, the hands of Igbos. Again, you know what happened to Igbos in the north. It goes without saying, it was terrible. But you see, once you don't put things in proper perspective, you will be easily blackmailed with sub stories. Again, show compassion, but don't be naive, right? Something happened to people. In fact, let's just quickly go to it. Leaders of other people were killed by Igbos. Leaders, military leaders, political leaders in different parts of Nigeria, but not in Igbo land, but killed everybody. Those ones now retaliated in July. Bad, but it is what it is. They retaliated. Folks then went back to the east, so they killed a lot of Easterners. It's over 200. Well over 200 people were killed in July 29th. Into people now caught Hausas or Northerners generally and started killing them. The news now traveled all the way back to the north, and then those ones began to kill Igbos as well. So you see, it's back and forth. Doesn't make it right, but it makes it easier for you to understand what really happens. So I don't go around, getting carried away by people who just want to run, an agenda, essentially. Anyway, while all that was happening, like I said, Gowon became head of state on August 1st. Second, he released our law. Later in August, we're going to have a meeting. But here's what happened. Ojukwu, instead of sending a delegation from excuse me, I'm reading something on YouTube. Thank you very much for that comment. Instead of sending delegation to Lagos, he decided to send people to go bomb parts of Lagos. A particular place in Lagos and also another place in Ore. This was not during the war. This was September of '66. We don't talk about it enough, but it's very, very important that we do. Towards the end of September 1966, Constitutional Conference, which Major General Gowon had set up, had made good progress. In fact, let me go back just a bit. On his assumption of office, Major General Gowon set in motion the machinery for finding a lasting solution to Nigeria's problems. He ordered A, the release of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who was leader of the opposition in the federal parliament, until his imprisonment in B, the immediate return to the federal system of government. C, the summoning on 12 September 1966 of an ad hoc conference on constitutional proposals comprising representatives of all the regions of the Federation. This conference was preceded by consultative conferences in all areas in the regions. At these consultative conferences, The issue of the creation of more states in the Federation was revived, and memoranda were submitted demanding that the basic cause of dissatisfaction, i.e. the imbalance in the federal structure, should be removed. Please power tap on TikTok. Thank you. Major General Gowon also announced that the country would return to civilian rule as soon as it could be arranged. The Constitutional Conference already referred to was preceded by terrorists from Lagos to the east, organized by Ojukwu's administration. So way back in September 66, Ojukwu was bombing places in Ore and in Lagos. Where did they bomb in Lagos? It's called Federal Palace Hotel. That was the venue of the conference, and Ojukwu, instead of sending the people to come for the meeting, decided to just come and blow up the place. You know, just very retarded move, to be honest. Anyway, that happened, and several times they, made overtures to get him to attend these meetings. Even he, with the other military governors, he said no, he didn't attend. So what happened was that different conciliation committees went to Enugu, right? So there was a time when kings, Yoruba Obas, and chiefs went to talk to him, right, to try to persuade him. There was no war at this time. This was still 66. Just trying to tell him that, guy, you guys should have your meetings, talk about it. They couldn't really do much. And then, of course, much later, I'm trying to dump some things. Much later, you had the meeting with 67, so I don't want to go very far. Anyway, later on, the British High Commissioner, American Ambassador, and so on and so forth, they tried to also persuade him. Eventually, they were able to get General Ankara in Ghana to hold a conference at Aburi, which is what this conversation is really about. So they went to Aburi, and when they got there, Ojukwu went there for business. And we said it the other time that, to be honest, as far as that event was concerned, Ojukwu was the best prepared person. Right, it didn't bother with handshakes and with embraces. It only could just make do with handshakes and all. That's according to Enyu Akpan's book, The Struggle for Secession. So when they got there, they talked about what they were going to agree to, and then they came up with their stuff. I don't go back into all the details. Eventually, January 6 and 7. By the way, there's something I omitted. Ojukwu had published that 7,000 people died in the north. 7,000 Igbo people died in the north. He said that October 1966. By January, when they went to Aburi, he said there were 10,000. Right. Much later in May, he said there were 30,000. By 1969, he said the number was 50,000. Not that more people were dying, or just that particular event. And it's the kind of numbers I hear people throw around these days. 30,000 people died, 50,000 people died. Because they know you're not going to ask that question. You're just going to feel sorry because that many numbers. That's why John de St. George said he played an irresponsible numbers game. It was just lying. Okay, it was terrible what happened, but I think it was worse with the lies. It was just unnecessary. Anyway, they went to Aburi, had the meeting, returned to Nigeria, and I'd like to go to Enyu Akpan's book. So we're in Aburi now, finally. Okay. Our introduction was not so long today, thank God. 1 second, please. Drew wife was on YouTube. You're angry, oh boy. I am Binogon. All right, so they went for the meeting. They had, two books I'll be reading. The Struggle for Secession is the Eastern Angle from Enyu Akpan, and then Gowon, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman, is the Northern Angle from J. Isawa Elaigo. So, but they decided what they were going to do, and they agreed to what they were going to do in Aburi. All right. So they agreed to what they were going to do, talked about the fact they're going to have an SMC instead of having a Supreme Commander. And I said the other day that I think what Gowon actually considered was a lot. and he should be respected and celebrated for the things that he did. I think he was too generous, to be honest, and I think that actually affected everything, because when you want to do stuff, don't just do things because of God. You also have to understand what has happened. I wish Gowon had read Loss of Power before he did what he did, or at least he had advisors who were much older and who were not soldiers. Assuming that Nigeria was something, he should have talked to people who actually understood stuff. Anyway, what's under the bridge? He considered a lot of stuff, and it was so bad that Ojukwu had to ask his guy, Enyo Akpan, why were those people so jubilant? Do you think they have grasped the full implications of the decisions they have taken? And Enyo Akpan says, I did not think they had, and I told the governor so, and he smiled with satisfaction and asked his ATC to bring out a bottle of champagne. I must have spoiled the fun and made him wonder. When in the midst of the drinking, I said, Your Excellency, I am honestly worried by it all. Anyway, the point is, by the way, we're reading Enyo Akpan's book because Enyo Akpan was the Secretary to the government of the Eastern region. So that happened. I'm trying to remember where we stopped though. So they returned to Nigeria, and Ojukwu was the first person to break the agreement. Why? As a matter of fact, he started breaking the agreement before the Aburi meeting itself. For instance, they were not supposed to go with any advisors. Ojukwu went with 9. Okay, and when they advised Gowon not to do it, since Ojukwu had already, scattered everything, Gowon said no, it's okay. They're going to have the meeting regardless. Anyway, they returned to Nigeria, and contrary to the agreement that Gowon should be the first person to announce what happened at Aburi, Ojukwu went ahead to announce everything, again tilting it in a different way. Let me read to you from Enyo Akpan. When they returned to Nigeria, right, they said to him, but you have not brought us full independence on sovereignty. That was the reply that Ojukwu received. So in other words, before he went there, they wanted Nigeria to break, originally. And by the way, that's not the first time. They already planned to break Nigeria in 1963 anyway. But let's continue here. The governor drove me to the State House, accompanied by those who had come to receive him at the airport. We're just going to jump very quickly to... Good. Contrary to the understanding reached in Aburi, namely that the first statement on the outcome of Aburi should come from Lagos. Sorry, go back just a bit. Okay, it says, the governor was surprised and peeved that they said, but you have not brought us full independence. He was surprised and peeved. He drove home to the State House, accompanied by those who had come to receive him at the airport. There, he briefed them fully on the decisions taken, after which he was probably advised to inform the public, contrary to the understanding reached in Aburi, namely that the first statement on the outcome of the Aburi should come from Lagos. Thus, soon after our arrival back home, the governor called a press conference because, quote-unquote, it has come to my notice that the public is anxious to have more details of decisions taken. And his hurry to make the statement was caused by the, quote-unquote, misgivings which I understand are prevalent in the region as a result of this meeting. He went on, I recall that, so he just went ahead to tell them everything, even if some of those things he was saying was just based on what he thought, the things were supposed to be. And then he went on to release gramophone records and put things on radio, their conversations. He put it out there. Everybody was supposed to know exactly what happened. So essentially he had boxed Gowon in a corner. He also said that they should, since they go back around 7th of January, they should have that would have everything in Aburi by the 21st of January. Okay, which was crazy because that's just like 2 weeks. Anyway, that didn't happen according to the plan, but they kept having meetings. So I'm just going to jump some pages. I don't want to go back to everything we discussed the other day. I'm just going to jump, but still in the book by Enyo Akpan, The Struggle for Secession. On February... Okay, good. Although the law officers met as scheduled, the decree was not promulgated by January 21st, 1967. Before then, Colonel Ojukwu had been importuning the head of the military government to honor the deadline, but as we have seen, others were now having second thoughts. Why? Because of the way Ojukwu was also acting, okay? And also because by the time Gowon got back, we were like, wait, you've considered a lot already, like it's too much. Anyway, let's continue. as we have seen, others were now having second thoughts. Later, a draft decree came from the federal government, but was clearly out of tune with the Aburi recommendations. The East naturally could not accept it. Then heightened by the East. The federal parliament, the federal pamphlet was entitled Nigeria 66. Colonel Ojukwu claimed in advance about the publication, and he had persuaded Colonel Gowon to agree to suspend it. In other words, Ojukwu had about a week of spreading propaganda, releasing records, publishing stuff. Gowon was going to, and without telling Gowon what he was doing, just rubbishing everybody, and then Gowon was going to respond, and even Gowon still reached out to Ojukwu and said, I'm going to send this thing out. Oh, I will not do that, by the way. Just saying. You're supposed to treat people the way they are, not the way you are. How do you say that in Yoruba, in English? If a person is used to sleeping on the floor, if you put them on the mat or on the bed, on the mattress, they will find a way to get back on the floor because that's what they're used to. All right, let's go on. On February 17th to 18th, I'm still reading in Akpan's book, secretaries of the military government, accompanied by legal and financial advisors, met in Benin to advise on how the Aburi decisions should be implemented. There had up till now been pressures on the federal government by those who read the writing on the wall to do something about carrying out the Aburi decisions in order to keep the country together. At that meeting, I impressed upon my colleagues the need to implement the decisions in order to enhance the image and good name of the country. No matter what personal reservations one might have about the actual decisions, the fact remained they were agreements freely entered into by those in whose hands lay the destiny of the country. I criticized my colleagues in the federal government by trying to change policy decisions duly taken by the highest authority in the land, the Supreme Military Council. As civil servants, our duty was to carry out decisions of government. Although we had also the right, indeed the duty, to analyze and spotlight the effects of such decisions. The outcome of that meeting was Decree number 8, which in my view faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions. Who is speaking here? N.U. Akpan. Who is N.U. Akpan? The secretary to the government of the Eastern region. He's saying here, in his view, that Decree number 8 faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions. If it faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions, how come nobody talks about Decree 8? They just shout Aburi, Aburi, Aburi all over the place. Let me read something to you from J. Sawe Laigo.
It was a moment of
this. He was prepared to compromise everything but the experiment of Nigerians living apart and later on deciding whether it was possible to come back again. It was in this moment of tough decision making at Benin that one of the civil servants, the then Secretary of Western State Government, offered him advice Gowon would never forget. When things were really rough, that's the advice. When things were really rough, I remember him. That's Gowon speaking. Excuse me. Thank you for writing the title of the book in the comment section. Yemonites, thank you for writing the title of the book in the comment section. Thank you. So this is Gowon speaking. When things were really rough, I remembered him coming to say to me, "Sir, whatever it is, no matter how bad it may look, no matter how difficult the decision might be, if you have decided on that issue, approve it. Since you are sincere and the other side is not, they might do something which would then allow you to take further action. But no one would accuse you of going back on your words." I remember that very distinctly. It was Peter Odumosu who gave him that advice. So Gowon and his colleagues, excluding Ojukwu, approved the draft decree implementing Aburi. On 17th March 1967, it came into effect as Decree number 8, 1967. What's in this decree? Oh dear. Sorry, one of the devices was about to go off. I think we got back there in time. All right. We're good. I think we're good. Let's go on. Yeah, so it says on 17th March 1967, it came into effect as Decree number 8, 1967. According to this decree, Nigeria became more confederal than it had ever been. By its terms, a decree which was the sole prerogative of the federal military government could only come into effect with the consensus of all the military governors. Let me quickly say something. I don't think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it happened before Gowon and even after Gowon that the military head of state will require the governors to confer on a matter and vote on it before he makes a decision. I don't think that's how they did it. But that's what Gowon was trying to do. Was trying to do something. And we're going to get into the details of Decree number 8 today. We're going to get into it today. They're creating a situation where everybody, all the regions would have a say in the matter. So you don't have a supreme commander like Ironsi. Ironsi was supreme commander. You don't have a supreme commander. What you have is you have a head of state, but you have a supreme military council. All right, and based on what they came out with on March 17, it would have made Nigeria better than it was under civilian rule. Because the system we had under civilian rule was not even the autonomy that this one would have given would have been more than what the regions had before Ironsi. But let's go on reading. So again, I'm reading Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Isawa Elaigo. It says, according to this decree, that's Decree 8, Nigeria became more confederal than it had ever been. By its terms, a decree which was the sole prerogative of the federal military government could only come into effect with the consensus of all the military governors. Both legislative and executive powers of the government of the federation were vested in the Supreme Military Council. So it was the parliament, it was the executive, they decided things together. The Federal Executive Council was to discharge only those functions which were specially delegated to it by the Supreme Military Council. So in other words, the cabinet will only do what the SMC says they should do. The SMC was a legislature, the SMC was an executive. Okay? So that means that all the governors of all regions, including Ojukwu, will be part of that SMC. So Gowon could not just decide what they wanted to do and say, I put out a decree, which is quite interesting. For the first time, the concurrence of the head of state and of all the regional governors was made essential with respect to certain matters in Section 69B of the Constitution, i.e., trade, commerce, industry, transport, the armed forces, the Nigerian police, and higher education. The above provisions made the federal government highly dependent on regional governments. The federal government's action on any of the listed items could easily have been paralyzed by the objection of any two of the regional governors. This was basically a confederal arrangement in which the general government is dependent upon the regional government. What's it saying here? 1967, at least at this point in March, we had 4 regional governments: Northern, Eastern, Western, Midwestern. We had 4. And then you had the head of state. So in order to do anything that had to do with transport, armed forces, Nigerian police, trade, commerce, higher education, in order to do anything that has to do with all those things, they're going to have to vote. And if 2 of the regional governors say no, that means that that particular thing will not sail through. In other words, the federal military government is dependent on the regional government in order to make decisions. That's quite cool, isn't it? I'm not sure I like it, but it should have been really cool. So what that means basically is, even by the time you transition, you go back to civilian government, you see that situation where the regions still have a lot of autonomy, and you couldn't just tell them what to do because you're Oga in the federal government. So the center will be a bit weaker. Essentially, it will be weaker than Ironsi. Any sane person would jump at this. Let's continue. Given the circumstances at the time, let's go on. The federal government's action on any of the listed items could easily have been paralyzed by the objection of any two of the regional governors. So if Ojukwu says no, and let's say David Ejo says no, that means nothing's going to happen. You get the point? If Hassan, the governor, did not say no, like any two of them could just say no, that means that thing's not going to sail through. That still gives you power, even though you are not the head of state. Ojukwu did not see this, or he had something else in mind. We're going to see it in the other book later. Let's go on. Moreover, each regional military governor was to appoint the judges of the High Court of his region, while those of the Supreme Court were to be appointed by the Supreme Military Council. In other words, you are the governor of the East. You are the one that will appoint your own Chief Justice, or how do they call it? Oral. You are the one that will appoint the judges of your own High Court. Right? Your Chief Justice, everything in your state, you will appoint that one yourself. When it comes to Supreme Court, the head of state will not be the only one to appoint the Supreme Court judges. It will still need you to appoint them. So what you are saying basically is that without you, not much can be done, even though you are the governor. You know, if we had this, nobody will be shouting, I want to break Nigeria. But the person who won't break Nigeria before still not like this kind of thing, because you get waiting you won't do for your own mind. So I'm going to read that again. I'm trying to get into the details of Decree 8. We just said Decree 8. What is it? What is in Decree 8? What's it about? And why do we say it makes sense? Let's continue reading. Ade said on TikTok, some people will vote against Coastal Road in that type of arrangement. Yes. See, what it means basically is that you have to make your case. This is why we need to do this now. This is why we need to do that. Me, like I said, I don't like it. I like a federal system. I don't like a confederal system. A federal system makes sense. I'm not even trying to, don't come and decide anything. But again, when it comes to that kind of coastal road, if you want to do it in your own region, you can do it. It's just that when it has to be a national thing, you have to now decide on that matter. But actually, infrastructure like that did not come under this kind of thing, by the way. So it's not like, I thank God I remember, they don't have to vote on things like this. When it comes to infrastructure, the federal government can do it without having to vote on it. It's not every decision that the federal government wants to make that requires voting. I already read the specific things: armed forces, the army, Nigerian police, higher education, like federal universities, industry, transport, not infrastructure. So things like that, they would not have needed anybody to vote. But even then, where you need to vote, all you have to do is to make your case. But I think the real thing is the fact that the head of state would not have had as much power as is expected to have in a military arrangement. You get the point? 1 second, I think we are off on Twitter.
I think that for me is actually fine. Like, it's very good.
So I think that for me is actually quite, like, it's very great. I mean, it's the head of state being very, very gracious. Still being very, very gracious. So what would have had is, and it makes sense. So if you really think about it, don't worry. Let me not preempt. We'll get into what makes it better. At some point, I'm going to stop to fix Twitter. Right, I'm glad YouTube and Facebook are good. Give me a second, please, everybody. A few more seconds, we're going to get back into it. I want to finish this thing today. So help me God. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing inactivity. We need you to please power tap. Thank you very much. Thank you. Where were we? Let's get back into this. Okay, we're good now. So it says here, moreover, each regional military governor was to appoint the judges of the High Court of his region, while those of the Supreme Court were to be appointed by the Supreme Military Council. Most of the powers given to the head of the federal military government by Decree Number 1 of 1966 became, please pay attention. Most of the powers given to the head of the federal military government by Decree Number 1 of 1966 became vested not in the head of state Gowon, but in the Supreme Military Council, in which regional military governors now had veto powers. Whereas under the above decree, the SMC was only to advise the head of the federal military government. Now he had most of the powers, and the head of state was a mere chairman. Ironsi gave us Decree Number 1 that centralized power not just in government but in himself. He had an SMC, but they only advised him, and he could decide not to work with them or work with their advice. Gowon gave us a decree that takes the power away from him and has that power given to the Supreme Military Council, who they're not just going to be there to advise him, but they have veto power. Ojukwu said no. We'll read more. So I just mean the chairman of. You know what I just remember right now? Anybody? You know what I just remember right now? I just remembered Ile-Ife before Ojukwu. They had the Confederacy as well. Quite interesting. History is, this life is a cycle, isn't it? Let's go on. All appointments to super scale group and above in federal public service and posts of deputy commissioners of police and above in the Nigerian police force were to be made by the Supreme Military Council. The Supreme Military Council was also to make appointments of ambassadors and high commissioners as well as principal representatives to other countries. Okay? Remember, there was no parliament. There is no National Assembly. So those 5 people, the governors of the 4 regions and the head of state, they are the National Assembly, they are the presidency, they are everything. So you know how when we're going to have, this last round of ambassadors list that was sent to the National Assembly from the President to the National Assembly, where it would be from them, to those 5 people to decide. Who will be the diplomat, the ambassador to the United States? Will be these people. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power. The Supreme Military Council was also to make appointments of ambassadors and high commissioners as well as principal representatives to other countries. Certainly, if Nigeria was still a federation under this decree, it must have been a very weak federation. It was virtually a confederate system, or a confederate structure, which went very far to meet the demands of Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, even if it did not mean the implementation of Aburi in absolute terms. Ojukwu got from this decree what he had failed to get at the ad hoc constitutional conference. As Ojukwu's chief secretary admitted, the Decree Number 8, quote, in my view, faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions, end of quote. We read that from his book, The Struggle for Secession by Akpan. It was therefore an understatement when in reference to this decree, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon said, the said Decree Number 8 in effect restored the powers of the regional governments to the constitutional position before January 17, 1966. He was more correct when he told the listening diplomats. This is what he said originally was that, okay, we're going to go back to what we were before January 17, 1966. But in actual fact, what he was giving was better than what Iransi met there. So this is what they told the diplomats. In fact, the decree went further. This is Gowon speaking. The decree went further than mere restoration and for the first time included regional governors as members of the federal executive. Thus, you will see that the position of regional government has actually been considerably strengthened. This decree also established area command in the effort to re-establish confidence within the army and maintain discipline in order to ensure the continuation of the Nigerian army under a unified command. In other words, you still have area command of the army. And you that are the governor of that region, you can still direct what's going to happen to those people. Oh. Don't panic. I remember a book I want to read. Great. Okay, let's go on. Let me go back to what Gowon said. In fact, the decree went further than mere restoration and for the first time included regional governors as members of the federal executive. Thus, established area command in the effort to... It was in consonance with this spirit that the title of the high office, which I have the honor to hold, was changed from the Supreme Commander to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The central government of Nigeria became far weaker than the regions. The provision that decrees could only be issued with consensus of all military governors, while the military governors continued to make edicts in their regions with a high degree of autonomy, meant greater weakness of the central government in its relationship with the regions. What is he saying here? What he's saying basically is this: you are the governor of the East. You can create edicts in your region. You have autonomy. But even at the central level, we can make certain decrees, major decrees, without your input. So which means that you can do things without the government, without the federal government, but the federal government cannot do things without you, for the most part. Someone in the comment section says, worse democracy is still better than the best dictatorship. But this is not a dictatorship, that's the point. This wasn't going to be a dictatorship. A dictator will not do... Have you ever seen any dictator in this world? If you know anyone, please let me know. A dictator who has a confederal system, who grants autonomy to the regions. That's why I said this man did not behave like a military man when he was conceding all these things. I don't know any military man that would do that. I don't think Nigeria actually appreciates him enough. Maybe we don't know what he did. Oh, thank you very much on YouTube. Thank you. Let's go on. The central government of Nigeria became far weaker than the regions. The provision that decrees could only be issued with the consensus of all military governors, while the military governors continued to make edicts in their regions with a high degree of autonomy, meant greater weakness of the central government in its relationship with the regions. Though Gowon, in his 30 November 1966 broadcast, rejected confederalism by the terms of the decree, confederalism could not have been more fully accepted. Excuse me. Hence, edicts were made in the eastern region for the takeover of federal government corporations, such as the airways, railways, shipping, ports, telecommunications, electricity, and coal corporations. That's what Ojukwu did. As Gowon had occasion to complain, there is no doubt that these so-called edicts are contrary to the laws and constitution of Nigeria. Consequently, they have no validity. In other words, you can't just take over everything that the government has in your region because you have greater powers. I don't know how to explain this thing. It's just, no, I know how to explain this thing. I'm trying to find a way to break it down. I know what to say. So here's the thing. Ojukwu was about power, not about cooperation. He didn't care about cooperating with anybody. What he was doing was to take over everything that the federal government had done in his region and say, now it belongs to me and I'm the Oga of this place. I don't care what you are doing in Lagos. If an Igbo man studies what I'm saying right now, listens to me very closely, this might actually heal your entire life. I mean, your generation might heal you. Imagine for a second that Ojukwu said yes to this. Because everybody else said yes. The North said yes, the West said yes, the Midwest said yes, only the East said no. Let's read a few more things. It's just sad. Then he goes around shouting, on Aburi we stand. Aburi that's 3 legs, but two don't break. Now only one, you go just fall, your teeth go come out. Where were we? So Eastern Region was making edicts for the takeover of the federal government corporations. The thing we federal government get for your region, you can't take and say that you own them. Not you build them, but say that you own them because you get power. But whereas to go on, the edicts in the East had no validity to Ojukwu, they were very valid. Ojukwu had rejected decree number 8. The centrifugal pull had gone to the extent that federal authority was no longer binding on the Eastern region in practical terms. If the decree was politically expedient for short-term purposes, it was politically myopic for long-term purposes. If only Ojukwu had accepted the decree and made political capital out of it, Nigeria would have been at the very best by now a de facto confederal country, short of secession. With the benefit of hindsight, Nigeria was probably lucky that Ojukwu rejected the decree despite its embedded advantages for him. If Ojukwu had accepted that decree, Nigeria would have been a de facto confederal country at the very best. The only difference between what Ojukwu wanted and what Gowon gave was secession. Guys, that was the only thing Gowon did not give. I don't know any sane person, a military person, for instance. Number one, I don't even know any normal military guy that would do confederation like Gowon. So he's even in a class of his own. But I don't know anyone that will say, okay, now that I'm the head of state, to come and break this country and go your separate ways because I want to give you everything you want. So the only thing that Ojukwu did not get from the agreement, the only thing, I'm going to see when we get to the United States cables on this matter, I have them here. The only thing that I didn't get was secession. It says here, with the benefit of hindsight, Nigeria was probably lucky that Ojukwu rejected the decree despite its embedded advantages for him. It is not clear why Ojukwu rejected this decree. His chief secretary, who had been involved in the drafting of this decree and was in a position to have had first-hand knowledge of what was going on, claimed that Ojukwu and his young Igbo lawyers who had much influence over him had made up their minds not to accept the decree. It's in this book, The Struggle for Secession. We'll read this when we get there, but we're already reading it here anyway, so let's go on. He claimed that the Igbo lawyers who had been actively involved in the drafting of the decree at Benin returned to Enugu only to recommend its rejection by Ojukwu. Akpan's recommendation as the chief secretary that the draft decree number 8 had given the Eastern region most of its demands and therefore should be accepted was rejected by Ojukwu. Let me read something to you from Akpan for a second. Why are people wicked? Why? You will hurt your people and the coming generations, then you will lie to them that somebody else did it. And while you are alive, they'll be cursing that person and you'll be happy. And now that you are dead, they are still cursing those people, not knowing that you are the one who actually destroyed their lives. If Ojukwu had accepted this in 66, 67, there will be no Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. Guys, lesson for all of us. May God give us wisdom and understanding. When you are doing things, please remember tomorrow. It's not about ego. This is a shame. This is painful. You know, I said there's something you read in Nigerian. You just be angry. Just be angry. Like, who does this? GDX will say, wait, it does this, but you get the point. Like, who does this? Let me read to you what the Chief Secretary said. That's in Japan. He says the draft decree had gone to the governor first, and he had handed it to the legal experts, in quote, to examine. I saw a copy later, but in time for me to study and make counter comments on the legal experts' comments. In other words, the legal experts made a comment on the decree, on the draft decree. He is now making his own comment on the comments of the legal experts. So he says here, I saw a copy later, but in time for me to study and make counter comments on legal experts' comments, a copy of which had been sent to me. I do not have a copy of the legal experts' comments with me, but my own counter remarks may give an idea what they said, which eventually led to the rejection of that decree by the Eastern Nigerian military government. So we're trying to answer the question that J. Sawelago asked in his book. Lagos has now submitted a studied against the background of the Aburi decisions. Those decisions broadly involve the following. Number one, the restoration of the powers of the regional governments, which had been suppressed or depressed by Decree Number 1 following the Army takeover in 1966. Number two, the vesting in the Supreme Military Council all the powers which used to belong to the federal government prior to January 16th, with the proviso that any decision of the Supreme Military Council which affected the whole country must receive the concurrence of the military governors. In other words, insofar as those matters were concerned, the military governors had the powers of veto. We already explained all of those things. When it came to the powers of the government, it wasn't just the head of state being a dictator, it was the SMC deciding what Nigeria had to do per time as far as decrees were concerned. So that meant that you had a lot of power as a governor, even though you're not the head of state. The head of state is just the chairman of your committee, like Oranfe or Batala. Number three, the vesting in the Supreme Military Council of all powers of appointment into certain categories of posts in the federal public service, namely A, diplomatic and consular posts, B, senior posts in the armed forces, C, senior posts in the police, D, super scale posts in the federal civil service, E, super scale posts in the federal corporations. In other words, if you want to make somebody permanent secretary, a federal kini or director, the head of state cannot just make that decision. You have to make it together. Number four, apart from restriction of powers, the vesting of all the powers in the Supreme Military Council, power to appoint those people we mentioned earlier. Number four, the reorganization of the army. Number five, the resettlement of displaced persons. Now it goes on. The power to make the appointments at A, C, and D imply that the Federal Public Service Commission and the Police Service Commission were reduced to advisory capacities. Insofar as these appointments were concerned, at the moment they have executive powers in respect of these appointments. What is he saying here? He's saying here that up until this moment, the Police Service Commission and Federal Public Service Commission are the ones that decide what happens as far as appointments and promotions were concerned. But it's saying now that based on what this decree that they're just bringing out, this decree number 8, it'd be like, say, Police Service Commission cannot just appoint IG. They can only advise the SMC, the Supreme Military Council, on who to appoint as Inspector General of Police. In other words, the Police Service Commission has moved from the executive role to advisory role. So the executive powers, 100%, who are SMC, resides now in the SMC. The same thing for the Federal Public Service Commission. When it comes to appointing Director General or something, the Federal Public Service Commission will not just be able to do that anymore. It now has to be the decision of the SMC. So we can start saying things like, we don't want that kind of person to become Director General of choose any parastatal. And the Federal Public Service Commission cannot decide anymore. They can only advise the SMC on who to put there. You see how powerful that SMC was. You have to be a demon, or you are specially possessed to reject this thing alone, considering the fact that it was military. If they give you Nigeria today, if they give you this kind of decree, this kind of law today, would you not jump at it? Let's go on. It says the power to make the appointments, implying that the Federal Public Service Commission and the Police Service Commission were reduced to advisory capacities insofar as these appointments were concerned. At the moment, they have executive powers in respect of these appointments. Number 3, for the purpose of the present decree, the following decisions of Aburi meeting are relevant, which has to do with appointment to super-scale posts in federal corporations, reorganization of the army, resettlement of displaced persons. Let me read it. For the purpose of the present decree, the following decisions of Aburi meeting are not relevant. A. Appointment to super-scale posts in the federal corporations. This will require the amendment of the different laws which establish these corporations. B. The reorganization of the army. This must depend on whether recommendations the military experts. This must depend on whatever recommendations the military experts who were to meet will make, leading to the amendment of the Army Act as will be decided by the Supreme Military Council. Number C, the resettlement of displaced persons. This will involve the whole question of fiscal arrangements or formula for the allocation of revenue, which were to be determined by the financial experts or the various governments. Number 4, having said this, it is for us to see whether those decisions which can be implemented by the present draft decree have in fact been implemented. He's saying here that the first part of these things, this decree has already implemented it. The other part that has to do with appointment and everything is something that folks will have to sit on and decide. So for instance, not to reorganize the army has to sit on it, and then they will send recommendations to the SMC. In other words, what he's saying basically is that all these things that are not taken care of right now are the things that this decree creates a framework for, right? And so it says, having said all the things I've said, though, it is for us to decide whether those decisions which can be implemented by the present draft decree have in fact been implemented. Please pay attention. It may sound a bit, a lot of Turenchi, but please pay attention. This is Nigerian history. We ready? Good. My close study of the draft decree with the eyes of a layman, as carefully compared with the Aburi decisions, show that they have in fact been implemented. The Chief Secretary of the Eastern Region is saying that when he compared the draft decree number 8 with the Aburi recommendations, he says everything has been implemented. Position and powers which had been detracted from the regions by decree number 1, which Ironsi brought, by the way, not even it wasn't even Gowon that brought decree number 1. It was the same Ironsi, and Ojukwu wasn't on it. He wasn't on it. We'll talk about that some other time. Ojukwu was in on it. Gowon didn't even make these decrees without Ojukwu. How about that? The decree that abolished regional, I'm leaving the topic for a second. The decree that abolished regional system in this country that Gowon pushed was not done without Ojukwu. I'm saying before it was promulgated, Ojukwu was part of the whole show. Read the book by Nebu Graham Douglas. Early May 66, Ojukwu was asking Nebu Graham Douglas to draft a decree, a unity decree for Nigeria. Why did he talk to him? Because he was his Attorney General, and he was against the idea. It's in his book. That book was published in 1968, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. You'll find it for free on our Telegram channel, Radio Me Global. He was asking him to draft the decree for Kini, unitary system. By May 24, that decree was promulgated. All the rubbish thing that Ironsi did, Gowon did not do it. Gowon is reversing it. You are still saying no, but you are part of the people that haven't destroyed it in the first place. Somebody says on TikTok, those whom God want to, excuse me. It says those whom the gods want to destroy, he first makes mad. Ojukwu was made mad. I guess so. Thank you, MD on YouTube, and thank you, Mr. Bankole Gani. Thanks a lot. This is painful. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. You study some things, you're just angry. Some people are just possessed with demons. It has to be legion, to be honest. I'll come back to this book. Let's finish this one. So NUAPAN is saying here, my close study of the draft decree with the eyes of a layman, as carefully compared with the Aburi decisions, show that they have in fact been implemented. The position and powers which had been detracted from the regions by Decree number 1 have been restored. Executive and legislative powers of the federal government have been vested in the Supreme Military Council with the proviso as stipulated at Aburi. What is he saying here? I said it before, I will say it again. He's saying that the executive arm of government, we have 3 arms, Abi: executive, legislature, and judiciary. The executive arm of government and the legislature, SMC. So, Governor Ojukwu, you are part of the executive arm of the government. You are also part of the legislative arm of the government. In other words, you make the laws for this country, even though you are the governor of a region. You are legislature. You are part of the legislature. And you decide what has to happen in certain cases, which means you are part of the executive. The president, the head of state, cannot just decide. You have to agree or not. If you say I don't agree and you get another person to say you don't agree, that thing is not done. Think about it for a second. You are the governor. Has that ever happened in Nigerian history? You're a governor. You're not going to meet your guy. You have 4 governors. You're talking to your head of state. You now say, I want to do something. 2 of you now say, we know they do. Governor, head of state now say, okay, since 2 of you are not doing, okay. That's not how it works in the military. But that's what Gowon was willing to concede. I mean, not just willing, actually conceded. Let's go on. It says here, executive and legislative powers of the federal government have been vested in the Supreme Military Council with the proviso as stipulated at Aburi. Appointments to diplomatic and consular posts, senior posts in the police, and super scale posts in the federal civil service have also been vested in the Supreme Military Council. Number 5, I have this morning received a copy of the comments by the lawyers. In considering the comments of the lawyers, I submit that Your Excellency be guided by the following considerations. A, the fact that this draft decree, please pay attention. Anybody that shouts Aburi on Aburi will stand, God will judge you. And the dead amongst you and the living, God will judge all of you. Listen to this. The fact that this draft decree for Your Excellency's stand and principles, I assess the success to be at least 95%. I'm not making it up. That's what you wrote. Your secretary, your chief secretary, is saying, I assess this decree, the success of this decree to be at least 95%. I mean, in other words, the success of what we wanted in Aburi, we have gotten that success in this decree, at least, not at most, at least 95%. You have to be possessed by demons to say no to this. But we're going to come back to this. I want to read another book very quickly. We're coming back to The Struggle for Secession by NUAPAN soon. I want to read you something from Hilary M. Joku. Oh no, not this one. No. God. It's only God that can have mercy on this nation. And you know the crazy, I think what actually pains me the most really is that the ones who have destroyed this country are the ones who cry the most. Shout, hey, Aburi, we stand. You will fall down. almost trying to find this. I want to read something from Tragedy Without Heroes. I'm trying to find that page. Right. A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Njoku. This is taking a lot of time. I'm trying to find the page. What I want to read from that book is that, N.U. Akpan said that the draft decree gave them at least 95%. Right? Well, Hilary Njoku decided, it wasn't the one that decided it. He reported another person making a statement on the fact that no, 95% was too low. He gave them even more than that, according to that particular person. Just give me a second. I'll find you that page. It's very important, so it might take us. If it takes me a while, please try and understand. I'm only doing this because it's important. I should have written the page somewhere because this thing is not helping matters. You know what? I can't find the page right now, but I'm going to tell you what's in the book. And of course, I'll tell you the book itself so you can find it later. I found it. Page 118. A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Njoku. Please pay attention. One morning, about 10th March 1967, I got to the governor's office at the State House. There were smiles on every face. Mr. N.U. Akpan, the secretary to the military government, was the first person of note I met. That's the man who wrote the book we just read, that said at least 95% of what they wanted in Aburi was implemented in decree number 8. So he says, he said here, this is Hilary Njoku. By the way, Hilary Njoku was the commander of Biafra's army, the very first one. So these are not just anybody. These are like main people in the government. I got to the governor's office at the State House. There were smiles on every face. Mr. N.U. Akpan, the secretary to the military government, was the first person of note I met. He greeted me with the expression, "Shake my hand, we have made it. We have made it." I asked, "What?" "Gowon has issued the right decree on Aburi," he replied. I later walked across to the office of the governor's private secretary, Mr. Don Egbe. He confirmed the news. He added that as a legal lawyer, he observed that the new decree number 8, contained 98% of the Aburi decisions, and that the remaining 2% was military jargon that could not fit into legal terms. Do you hear that? 98%. If you send Peking go school, Peking get 60%, you know, try 70, of course, you're my son, like you have done well. 80, okay, it's finished. 90, cuckoo, take the house. Like, the point is, if you send a child to school and you got this kind of grade, you'll be happy as a parent, but not Ojukwu, because it's not about joy or happiness, it's about ego and ambition built on stupidity. Because how on earth would you go against this? Let's go on. If I'm going to read everything again. One morning, about 10th March 1967, I got to the governor's office at the State House. There were smiles on every face. Mr. N.U. Akpan, the secretary to the military government, was the first person of note I met. He greeted me with the expression, "Shake my hand, we have made it. We have made it." I asked, "What?" "Gowon has issued the right decree on Aburi," he replied. I later walked across to the office of the governor's private secretary, Mr. Don Egbe. He confirmed the news. He added that as a legal man, he observed that, quote unquote, the new decree number 8, contained 98% of the Aburi decisions, and that the remaining 2% was military jargon that could not fit into legal terms. We congratulated each other. As soon as the military governor entered his office, I followed him in a much more relaxed mood. Congratulations, Your Excellency. I understand that the new decree on Aburi is out and embodies all you've been asking for. Who told you? No, I won't accept it. It is too late. Too late. Wait, back up. You were in Aburi 4th and 5th of January 1967. You go back to Nigeria on the 7th. You had a meeting on January 14th. You said you want a decree on 21st as though you are the Oga of everybody, which makes no sense. But people have to sit on it. By February, there was a meeting of all the secretaries of the government, of all the governments, of the regional governments. March 10, just about 2 months after the meeting in Ghana, you have a decree and you're saying it is too late. Too late for what exactly? Congratulations, Your Excellency. I understand that the new decree on Aburi is out and embodies all you've been asking for. Who told you? No, I won't accept it. It is too late. My face dropped and I was short of words. Indeed, Gowon are delayed in issuing the correct decree on the decision of Aburi. Then it is also a fact that the advice of the Committee of the Federal Permanent Secretaries and Executive Council might have played a part both in the delay and the shortcomings of the decree. Aburi decisions reduced Nigeria to a confederation, and what is worse, it created regional armies in the name of area commands. Regional armies. So you are the governor of the region, but you're an area command. In other words, you have Agbara. So you are the governor of the region, but you're an area command. In other words, you have Agbara, you have power over the army in your region. What else do you want if you're a human being? Thank you, Howdy, on YouTube. Thank you for the gift. God bless you. Howdy says maybe we should put across to our rep. Maybe we should put it across to our reps in the House of Senate. Sorry, I'll take that again. Maybe we should put it across to our reps in the House and Senate to support creation of Biafra. I think we should. But I want them to even do it. I want them to shikpa so we can support them. When I talk, you almost think that and they say it, you hate us. You don't even get it. I love you to the point that I wish you knew where your problem was. And as Nigerians, I wish we also knew what was up, because if we knew, nobody would be blackmailing us with nonsense. I'm saying you hate me. If you think I hate you, that's your business. Who does this? Regional army. No, this one allows you as a governor. Now we're saying that army is under the federal government. No, this one allows you as a governor to command your own army, even though you are, because of course you're part of the SMC. The next time I hear you on Aburi, we stand. I'll tell the person, God will judge you, because this is at this point God has to judge these people. Can't be telling us. They be blackmailing and writing, gaslighting you with Aburi. What's an Aburi? What's an Aburi? Let's go back to this. I'm hissing because it's just irritating. And this is what Ilari Njoku says. It should have been unbecoming of an officer and gentleman if, but it did not. For Ojukwu, history will fault him for this strategic mistake. That is, rejecting the decree on Aburi, no matter how late and relatively incomplete. Perhaps he had bargained for more. 98%. Essentially 100%. Because it said the remaining 2% are just military jargon. It's not saying that the 2% doesn't allow, to give it. It's just saying that no, like, it's just military jargon. We got everything we wanted. Now let's go back to the book by N.U. Akpan. And please remind me, if I forget, we're going to go to America. We're going to read American stuff today as we round up, because yẹ kó máa ṣépè fáwọn nǹkan ní tí bá jẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run ti gba ayé wa là kí ọ̀kan jí láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù kọ́ máa ṣe There's a lot more to read here, man. We'll see. I think I'll read this one, go to America, and I'll come back to this one. Okay, let's do this first. Back to Yakman's book, The Struggle for Secession. The fact that this draft decree presents a major victory for Your Excellency's stand and principles, I assess the success to be at least 95%. B. The federal government has made this capitulation mainly because the whole world, through their accredited representatives, have brought pressure to bear on them in support of Your Excellency's moral stand. The feelings and reactions of these countries through their diplomats should not be ignored if something happened to show that their efforts have been in vain. In other words, they've been pressuring the government of Nigeria. Now that they're giving you this thing, take it so it doesn't look like all the work that America and Britain and all these countries did was just for nothing. See, unless the departures in the draft decree have been very fundamental, it is advisable that we ignore them so as to avoid giving the impression that we do not want a settlement. This is your secretary. He's saying that unless they want to change something for this thing where they don't give you, don't just take them, because if you don't take them, go be like say we don't want a settlement. D. Your Excellency's policy and public statements show that you are striving for a peaceful and Your Excellency's policy and public statements show that you are striving for a peaceful and just settlement of our difficulties through negotiation. The outright rejection of this draft decree will dash every hope of a peaceful settlement and avoidance of a violent conflict. This was in March. 2 months later, Ojukwu is declaring Biafra. I think Japan is like this because it's not Igbo. With all due apologies, with all due respect, because it's not Igbo. I don't know, Boyo Mini. Maybe it's the water that people drink. Number 6, I will now make brief comments on the points raised by the lawyers. Reading them through, I see that they involve technicalities. I agree that decrees promulgated by the Supreme Military Council should be signed by the chairman of that council, but the chairman has not yet been elected. And to insist on this issue, please, please, I'm sorry with all this, oh God, it's because I'm using that to actually stop myself from saying certain things. So please bear with me. Listen to this. This is one of the reasons his own lawyer said he should reject the decree that was not signed by the chairman. Chairman, where you say you no agree, say that person be chairman until you have your next meeting. Say the head of state, you cannot agree that the head of state go one is your chairman until you have the next SMC, and that's when you're going to appoint or agree with him being chairman. So he hasn't signed yet. You're not using that as a basis for not agreeing. It's a draft decree. They have not promulgated it yet though. Let's read. Be signed by the chairman of that council, but the chairman has not yet been elected, and to insist on this issue for this particular decree presupposes that the Supreme Military Council must meet and elect the chairman so that he might sign the decree. This will be contrary to the stand of this government, that there can be no question of Your Excellencies attending a meeting of the Supreme Military Council before this decree is promulgated. In other words, you said that you're not going to attend any meeting until the decree is promulgated. They are showing the draft of the decree. You now said you cannot agree to the draft because there is no signature. Because you also said there will be no signature until you appoint somebody at your next meeting. In other words, it's like chicken and egg. Let me say it slowly. Number 1, they said this is the head of state and chairman of the SMC. You say no, I will not agree. I will not agree. It's go on. I will not agree. Then they say, okay, so what are we going to do? When we have the next meeting, we're going to appoint him as the chairman, right? Okay, good. Okay, this is the draft decree. It's not signed by the chairman. It can't be signed by the chairman because we have not met yet. But I'm not going to go. Well, you said that until this decree is promulgated, you will not go for any meeting of the SMC. So that means that if you were thinking properly, sir, you would need to sign
When you then appoint the chairman, who can now sign all the papers you want in your life?
in, where you then appoint the chairman, who can now sign all the papers you want in your life.
These are the people that are leading some people, Abi. Oh my God, this is sad.
These are the people that are leading some people, Abi. Oh my God, leading. This is sad. Buru buru. Let me just be easing like this because it's better for me to hiss than to say what I want to say or what I would have loved to say, because I can go buru and Aburi. Do Igbos know this thing? Do they know these things? Because there's no way any group will know this thing and will still be doing hip-hop all over the place. Shouting on Aburi, we stand. You went to school, oh, you have degrees, and you are fighting on something that was already taken care of. If you knew what Ojukwu did, you would probably exhume him. You know, that thing happened in Rome. They exhumed the Pope. He was dead though. They brought him up to answer for his crimes. And when they I don't know how he was supposed to answer, but then he was found guilty. They now sentenced him in death. By the way, when he was answering for his crime, they exhumed him. They made him sit down, skeleton. Power is like history is something else. There is a way government works. Not all this Nigeria, no retreat, no surrender, no victor, no vanquished. We are all good people, great nation. This is just nonsense. There's no structure. There's no order. This one, they exhumed the dead, put him on a chair to answer for his crime, found him guilty, sentenced him to whatever Kidney was supposed to go to, just to deal with that thing he did. I'm not saying you should do it for some people, but you get the point. If you have to do it, you have precedence. Let's go back to the book.
I'm smiling because I don't want to. I mean, it's just.
Me angry because I'm smiling because I don't want to. I don't want to lose. I mean, it's just painful. We there be praying for Nigeria to change. Nigeria should change. No, I don't value in there. Okotonje for. Are follower. Where was I? Let's start the signature thing again. So he says, I will now make brief comments on the points raised by the lawyers. The young lawyers that Esau Eliago was referring to in the other book. Involved technicalities. I agree that decrees promulgated by the Supreme Military Council should be signed by the chairman of that council. But the chairman has not yet been elected. And to insist on this issue for this particular decree presupposes that the Supreme Military Council must meet and elect the chairman so that he might sign the decree. This will be contrary to the stand of this government that there can be no question of Your Excellencies attending a meeting of the Supreme Military Council before this decree is promulgated. In any case, the Aburi decision spoke of the chairman of the Supreme Military Council, head of the federal military government, and commander-in-chief as being one and the same person. The question of which of these three designations they should use in signing the decree is a matter of detail. Like, it doesn't matter. For the present decree number 7, perhaps we could ask that it be promulgated by the Secretary of the Federal Military Government by the order of the Supreme Military Council. If the federal military government should be difficult over this issue, then let it be signed by whoever wishes to sign it, provided the Supreme Military Council will take the earliest opportunity to ratify such a signature. In other words, if signature is your problem in life, let anybody in Nigeria how on earth are you going to hold everybody to ransom because you want a signature that cannot get there based on what you think who you think should be the chairman? Even though in Aburi we all agree that 3 people are 3 posts are occupied by one person. What are 3 posts? Number 1, the chairman of the Supreme Military Council, the head of the federal military government, and the commander-in-chief. These 3 posts, now only one person now go on. So why are you going all over the place about this?
Is it safe then to suggest that NU Akpan was
Adekunle Rotimi says, is it safe then to suggest that NU Akpan was not fully privy to the inner workings of the Ojukwu government at the time he reviewed the draft decree? Of course it was privy. Maybe you were not here when we started. The draft decree was sent to Ojukwu. He gave the decree to the lawyers. The lawyers reviewed the decree. He then got the draft decree and the reviews of the lawyers. He is making his own comments on the lawyers' comments. That means it's literally part of the inner workings. I mean, what do you mean? It's part of it now. It's privy to the inner workings. He's making recommendations based on the recommendations of the lawyers. How inner do you get? They were now doing Law 101. Who should sign? Who should not sign? In fact, if you have the opportunity, because this thing is long, right? I want to read a single that. For instance, you know what? Even he said that he apologized to the readers for having. Let me read this. One of the paragraphs, this penultimate paragraph, says that I apologize to readers for having to bore them with the above lengthy extract. Do you? No, we can't do all this. We can't do all this. Let me just read some of it to you guys. There was one he said, I don't even understand what you guys are. Okay, is this one? Section 6(4). I do not honestly follow the lawyer's comments here. The examples given reflect the advice of the officials in Benin, but my discussion of this section with the economic advisor shows that the wording of the draft decree enumerating the subject covers the case. I do not think that it would be very realistic to insist on the inclusion of the words quote-unquote administer all the existing laws, since in fact the Supreme Military Council does not and cannot administer existing laws, which is a matter for the courts and the executive officials of the government. Like Parliament, they make laws for others to administer. In other words, they were looking for things that had no bearing. You know when you get everything, if you want to know the 2% that they're looking for or the 1%, buy the book, The Struggle for Secession by NU Akpan. You cry for this country. Let me read one of those things to you in Schedule 1. It says, as a layman, I saw in the revival of this section the means to tie the hands of the federal military government by ensuring that the concurrence of all the military governors is secured before anything affecting the whole country is done, as recommended by the officials in Benin. Section 69, subsection 6 appears to have done this. Then it says, can we really reject the draft on this score? I think if we make the point, people in Lagos will not resist. After all, they have lost much more worthwhile powers. This is his secretary. See, these people in Lagos, they've already lost a lot of powers anyway. So if you tell them that they want to, they've lost all the powers gone. Certainly, say again, does this not depend on which of the three designations vested in one person should be used? Certainly, the Supreme Military Council must have someone to process the applications, compile papers, and offer advice on the qualification, and so on and so forth. Your Excellency, this is the last paragraph. Your Excellency, my views already expressed regarding other sections cover the remaining sections of the draft. My final submission is this. It has been a battle between this region and the federal government to get this decree in its present form. The federal government has been defeated with heavy casualties. We have won a major victory, and if we sustain minor casualties, we should not throw away that victory. Nobody ever goes into a battle without expecting casualties. I should think that we have hardly sustained casualties in this case. Signed, NU Akpan, SMG, 4/3/1967. If you'd like to be a part of a prayer meeting, we need to pray for this country. Not prayer of Oluwasho. I'm saying prayer of sense. Paul says, I will pray in the spirit, I will pray in understanding. Most of Nigeria's prayer, there's no understanding. It's just, I'm actually serious. So one day I'm going to talk about it. We should pray. Not prayer like, I'm saying you pray with sense. Because, oh boy, that's the only thing I can do at this moment, because it's just painful, man. Are you guys here? Is anybody here? Because everywhere is just quiet. Just say hello in the comment section so I know that you are with me, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook or here on TikTok. Thank you very much. The last paragraph is actually very powerful, by the way. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you. Thank you. That last paragraph is very, very powerful. It says here, Your Excellency, my views already expressed regarding the other sections cover the remaining sections of this draft. My final submission is this. It has been a battle between this region and the federal government to get this decree in its present form. The federal government has been defeated with heavy casualties. We have won a major victory. And if we sustain minor casualties, we should not throw away that victory. Nobody ever goes into a battle without expecting casualties. I should think that we have hardly sustained casualties in this case. Now, read some of the things he also said before we finish, before we go to the other book. It says here, I apologize to readers for having to bore them. By the way, yeah, I already read that he signed, the whole thing was signed, NU Akpan SMG, as Secretary to the Military Government, 4/3/1967. I apologize to readers for having to bore them with the above lengthy extract. I do it to typify the sort of futile and frustrating battle I had to put up, in the honest belief that those with whom I worked sincerely wanted to resolve the Nigerian crisis peacefully. The person who put into words the quote-unquote objections of the lawyers was the lawyer who accompanied me to Benin and fully participated in the discussions leading to the recommendations faithfully embodied in the draft decree. The truth was, as I later discovered to my disillusionment, that they were not interested in anything but secession and eventual war. This matter is further developed in the next 2 or 3 chapters, particularly in the chapter on secession. The Supreme Military Council met as scheduled in Benin and passed the decree without the attendance of the military governor of the East. So he had written that letter on the 4th of March, but they passed that later. They promulgated that decree on the 17th of March 1967. So he says here they passed it, they promulgated the decree without the attendance of the military governor of the East. The military governor of the East refused to accept the decree on the ground that it has not received his concurrence as required by the Aburi decisions, a concurrence he willfully withheld. The next chapter explains the background and so on and so forth. In fact, let me read it. The next chapter explains the background and prop to the recalcitrance of the East and the strategy adopted to appear right and to make others appear wrong. Adekunle wrote to me and said that you review the draft decree. All the one I've been reviewing since. Maybe you came late. Please just calm down. Go and watch the video once we're done. Watch everything. There's something that's actually quite sad about what we just read. When you said that one of the lawyers who told Ojukwu not to agree actually accompanied this man, the secretary of the military government, accompanied him to Benin. They made recommendations together in Benin. The recommendations were implemented in the decree, and yet he said no to it because according to him, he says here, I think I should read, it says that they were not, The truth was, as I later discovered to my disillusionment, that they were not interested in anything but secession and eventual war. Someone says, you can buy books on Redomi Books on Telegram. Redomi Books on Telegram. But this particular book, we don't have it. It's not available at the moment. But yeah, you can buy books on Redomi Books. There are some books there that are cheaper than Amazon. You know, I have books on Amazon, by the way, but it's just what it is. If you're in Nigeria, it'll be cheaper for you to buy. Regardless, even if you're abroad, buy on Redomi Books. Tiwa, the Gizantato. Buy on Redomi Books, okay? But this particular one is not available at the moment. Let's pause on these books for a second. Let's go to the United States account of everything that happened. This one will probably blow your mind. By the way, if you don't want to believe, no matter what I read, you won't believe. It's okay. I just thought about somebody just thinking right now, who cares? I know you don't care. And if you ask me, how do I know? I know. Thank you very much for the gift. Thank you. Dr. Bajo says the prospect of petrodollars are too big for Ojukwu to continue within Nigeria. The petrodollars that you will not find in Igbo land. Igbo did not own the petrodollars. Just the spirit of thieving and stealing. Is anyone like that? Where's this American thing now? Oh boy, I need to see if I can go. I'm about to read something to you from the Office of the Historian. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1964 to 1968. Where should we begin? What's thinking? Okay, let's start with 1966 and then I'll do what happened in 67. Okay, so we'll do October 66, March 24, 67. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. And then April 12, 1967. This is October 18, 1966. In a long private talk last night, this is from the ambassador. The telegram they sent from the consulate in Enugu to the Department of State. 1966. Please pay attention. In long private talk last night, Ojukwu stated flatly that the East would not participate in resumed constitutional conference October 24. That was after he bombed Federal Palace Hotel. How God will not judge some people, I don't know. But God is faithful and merciful. But they don't even acknowledge that they are wrong, so I don't know how he will forgive. Anyway, let's continue. In long private talk last night, Ojukwu stated flatly that East would not participate in resumed constitutional conference October 24 or later unless all northern troops removed from Lagos and various other conditions met. Ojukwu also said that in view recent atrocities against Igbos, East firmly determined to accept nothing more than loose confederation. Listen, this is what he said October 18, 1966. He says that the only thing that they want in the East is loose confederation. The East willing to preserve name of their but on own terms. Ojukwu obviously considers chances of continued association is. When was this? October. Remember that when you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, he said that Ojukwu already made up his mind as of June 7th. He said on or before June 7, 1966, Ojukwu already said he was going to get out of Nigeria. Ironsi was still alive. Remember that. Ironsi would not be killed until July 29th. As at June 7, Ojukwu already said he was going to break out of the country. I've read it here before, so I don't have to read it again, but read the book. Again, you can get it for free on Telegram channel. Redomi Global. He said he was going to break out of the country. He already had an ambition to become the head of state of this country. And the plan, of course, was that Iransi will be moved out and that he will become the head of state because he was better educated than him. It's in the book. So when the crisis in the north happened in May 29, 1966, they all met in Lagos. And then by June 7, he's telling Graham Douglas, his Attorney General, that guy, we're pulling out of this country. Of course, there was petrodollars going to somebody in the comment section, but that's also the same thing as what Okpara was saying in 1963. Because of that petrol, they're going to pull out of Nigeria when they have census crisis. Well, Ojukwu is saying it's in June of 66. So the consulate in Enugu says that they would use the name Nigeria, but on their own terms. Ojukwu obviously considered chances of continued association east with the rest of Nigeria very poor and seems more than reconciled to secession. That's what happened in October. Now let's go to 67 very quickly. March 24, 1967. The decree was promulgated on March 17, 1967. 1 week later, this telegram was sent to the embassy in Nigeria from the US. This is what they said for the ambassador. Department impressed by extent to which decree number 8 appears meets many of its fundamental demands. Again, it's telegram, so they may not put the articles there, here and there. You can just make it up. Thank you very much, Taiwo Dan, for that gift, and Badebo as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Department impressed by extent to which decree number 8 appears to meet many of the eastern region's fundamental demands for much greater regional autonomy, while recognizing it stops short of granting everything Ojukwu wants. Department considers decree represents genuine effort by federal military government and other military governors to implement Aburi agreements and to retain Nigerian unity in form, which is least objectionable to the East. In other words, they're saying that everything Ojukwu wanted, including the ability to get out of this country, is not there. But this decree shows that this federal government and other military governors won't try. That's what the US said. Number 2, Consulate Enugu has reported that some prominent and moderate Easterners, please pay attention. Consulate Enugu has reported that some prominent and moderate Easterners may incline toward above view. Other advisors to Ojukwu, however, are undoubtedly pressing him to continue hardline with FMG. We consider this dangerous, and we believe we might be able to assist moderates in convincing Ojukwu he should not reject decree number 8 out of hand. Number 3, while secession sentiment in East undoubtedly strong, it may be attributable to, at least in part, to hopeful assumption that United States government, despite public posture in support of federal military government and unity, would be able to withstand pressures to recognize independent East. Such assumption also dangerous, and the department believes this could be hammered home to Ojukwu. Department would appreciate your comment on following proposal. What is it saying here? One of the reasons the Eastern region started saying that we're going to break out, may be because they think that the United States government will support them if they break out. That's why the fact that in public they seem to favor the idea of Nigerian unity. So he says, go and tell him that nobody is going to support you like that, though. Mr. Sean, it's been a minute. Good to see you. Thank you for the gift. Number 4, you have long-standing invitation to visit Ojukwu, which with our support you have not accepted. Issuance of decree number 8 has altered circumstances to point where advantages of your visit to Enugu for frank talk with Ojukwu could not well outweigh possible hazards. Number 5, if you saw Ojukwu, you would orally inform him of following major points. Number 1, you are acting under instructions. B, United States government has deep sympathy for and understanding of Eastern emotions in light of events since July 29. C, tell Ojukwu substance paragraph 1 above. Kini Gunsha. Let me just read the part that, because it's too long, let me just read the part that interests us. It says here, we believe that the East's failure to accept intent of Decree Number 8 and to build thereon would seriously erode understanding East now enjoys. It could cause the United States government as well as other governments to begin to question whether the East really wants to remain in Nigeria under any circumstances. Additionally, and on personal basis, you will tell Ojukwu in same spirit of frankness that has characterized past exchanges that you fear East making serious mistake if it's under assumption that international recognition of independent East will be easily obtained. Our info clearly to the contrary. In other words, we have checked all over the world. Nobody really cares about this Eastern region. No. Don't go and bank on the fact that there'll be international recognition of the Eastern region, of a separate East. It says our info clearly to contrary. In other words, we've checked around. It doesn't look like anybody wants to give you that kind of thing. Above will be accompanied by appropriate statements making clear our demand undertaken only reluctantly and as sincere friend of Nigeria. Anyway, I want to read the last part. It says believe similar UK approach could be useful but recognize UK High Com saw Ojukwu only recently. That's High Commissioner. The point basically is this: whether you read it from the Eastern perspective, the Northern perspective, the British perspective, the American perspective, you are dealing with the people who do not want solution. They just want to break the country. I'll read the last stuff from the United States and then we'll call it a day. That's not an elitist attitude. That's the attitude of a brat. Someone on TikTok, in case you don't know what I'm responding to, someone on TikTok says Ojukwu exhibited elitist attitude shaped by his Oxford education and privileged family background. That's not elitist. That has been a brat. They're two different things. Hello, no, no. Is the family the richest at the time? He went to Oxford. Was it the first person? Did SLA son not go to Eton? Did your people not have graduates from the same Oxford and Cambridge decades before you even thought of being born self? That was not elitist. That was just being a brat. And it's a sad thing because see the entire life of so many people in the hands of somebody who is not reasonable. Let's read the final one. April 12, 1967. This is telegram from the embassy in Nigeria to the Department of State. Following brief session with photographers and note taker present in with which Ojukwu and I made standard statements of position. Bernard and I talked privately with Ojukwu over an hour, for about 1 hour. That's what they mean. So let's go straight to the things they discussed. It says, I also said in view prevailing tension and difficulties, travel to and from East, United States government temporarily suspending travel its personnel and dependents to East, and advising U.S. companies to do the same. We hope Nigerian developments would permit early cancellation this temporary measure, saying that at this point, when we were going to say, American companies and citizens living in the East or doing anything in the East will have to get out. That's what the American government was saying. I added personal comment with respect post Aburi disagreements to effect that prominent world statesmen skilled in negotiation sometimes left meetings or conferences thinking they understood each other, only to find later that they had widely divergent views as to results of meeting. Was it not therefore possible that that meeting at Aburi of military men who were not skilled negotiators had resulted in honest misunderstandings? Ojukwu replied that there could be no misunderstanding as to what agreed at Aburi. Neither he nor Eastern people would go back from their understanding of Aburi agreements, which was only correct understanding. In other words, is their way or the highway. It's not different from what you are hearing right now. Is that Peter Obi or nothing else? A very myopic and primitive way of seeing life. Everything is through your perspective. Every other person is wrong. Progress that person will not make. Ojukwu on YouTube says the US government was practically begging Ojukwu not to secede. US even promised to guarantee the security of the Igbos in Nigeria. Still, Ojukwu rejected the advice. We're going to read some of it today. We're almost done. Stay with me. But thank you for writing that. When the world is saying Farabale, Farabale. By the way, leave Ojukwu for a second. In your own life as well, we don't know everything. No. People are advising you, calm down. Calm down. So I will destroy it. I will scatter everything. Whether it's family or it's business or whatever, I will just do my own thing. I'm the only one. It's not my way, or nobody knows it. If you do it in your private life, it might affect your company, or if you ever get in government, it's the same thing. It's my way or the highway. Okay. Accident mark for the highway, but let's continue reading. Where were we? It says here that Ojukwu replied that there could be no misunderstanding as to what agreed at Aburi. Again, the English will not be perfect because it was telegram. It wasn't, they didn't write it for publishing. So if I want to say it, I'll just insert some articles to make it better. Ojukwu replied that there could be no misunderstanding as to what was agreed at Aburi. Neither he nor Eastern people would go back from their understanding of Aburi agreements, which was the only correct understanding. Decree number 8 does not fulfill Aburi and was therefore not acceptable to the East, which would not compromise. Ojukwu regretted that the United States government was taking sides by expressing favorable view of decree number 8. In other words, I'm advising that this is the part you should take. You say, you are taking side already. I asked what specifically was wrong with decree number 8. Ojukwu mentioned emergency provisions, composition of SMC, and timing. Ghanaians, he remarked, had found 40 divergences from Aburi agreements in decree number 8. Ojukwu said, decree number 8 was not only incidental as events. It's not only incidental as events had overtaken it, and Nigerians had more important issues to resolve. Early resumption of discussions among military leaders was essential to prevent breakup of Nigeria by default. Ojukwu made usual comments to effect it does not recognize Gowon as leader of Nigeria. When was this? April of 67. Ojukwu made usual comments to effect it does not recognize Gowon as leader of Nigeria and does not consider East in any way subordinate to the federal military government. In other words, the Eastern region is at the same level with the federal military government. And I know why this thing happened though. It's because in the history of the Igbos, the first time they were getting exposed to politicking at a high level was in Nigeria. That was the first time. There was no precedent, there was nothing to look back on. That was the first time. Because it will take you to be very, very, you have to be less than naive to actually think that this is how to govern a people. But I mean, it is what it is. He also said Nigeria ceased to exist as federation on July 29. Have you heard that Nigeria ceased to exist in 2014? Because that was when Nigeria clocked 100 years and automatically it was dissolved. That's kind of nonsense you hear from parts of Nigeria. Some parts of Nigeria. Nigeria has dissolved in 2014. Just like Nigeria dissolved July 29, 1966 because of the counter coup. It did not dissolve when you had your coup, January 15, but it has dissolved in January 29 when they had their own counter coup. Sodiki. Oh, Mogbon. You just be hearing nonsense. Someone just sit down one place and say, Jubri or Sudan. Everybody just believe it. Nigeria says, I saw educated people, lawyers, arguing that Nigeria ceased to exist after 100 years. That there was a document that was signed by the British, and I was like, guys, I went to look for that document. I didn't find it because it doesn't exist. Because before I say the person is wrong, I want to at least do my own bit of it. I want to do some work, like research. Is there something hidden that we don't know? I searched everywhere. Apparently, it does not exist. There's 100 years expiration of Nigeria's existence. It does not exist. It's a lie. Just like the nonsense that they're saying here too, that it ceased to exist on July 29. Since then, the country has in fact been divided in separate parts and now very close to complete split. Only question remaining is how and to what extent parts should work together in future. Ojukwu reiterated his view that parts could be only loosely associated. I said that it appeared from Ojukwu's remarks that the East was unwilling to compromise. If this is so, how could there be negotiations with the rest of the country? That's what America is asking Ojukwu. If you are unwilling to negotiate, how on earth are you going to be? I mean, if you are willing to concede or to even change your stance, how on earth with the rest of the country? Ojukwu replied in effect that there could be no compromise between right and wrong. East was right and the rest of the country must see this. Guys, what happened in the past is happening today, and I think if nothing changes, it's going to happen tomorrow. Only one region is right in the country. All of you are haters, envious and jealous clowns who just hate a particular region, and you must see that they are right. Ask them the substance of what they are saying. Absolute nonsense. Me too, better. I see what you are writing. I just want to respond. Force majeure. Oh boy. Force majeure. People actually believe that thing. I hope you are still part of the alliance. Yomi says Ojukwu never saw Gowon as a superior in the military because of his cultural elitism. Possible. After all, Azikiwe said God specially made the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. Igbos are supposed to lead the continent. You will never lead. You don't even know what leadership means, but you are the one that will lead all of us. Because God has specially created you. You are chosen. Chosen, praise the Lord. Who are you? I am chosen. Chosen to lead the continent. You don't even know what you are talking about. Man, the fathers are eating sour grapes, man. The children's teeth are set on edge.
I said that it appeared from Ojukwu's remarks that the East was unwilling to
I said that it appeared from Ojukwu's remarks that the East was unwilling to compromise. If this is so, how could there be negotiations with the rest of the country? Ojukwu replied in effect that there could be no compromise between right and wrong. The East was right and the rest of the country must see this. I several times raised question of and urged need for another full SMC meeting, that's Supreme Military Council meeting. Ojukwu clearly avoided saying he would not attend meeting, but consistently responded that he doubted meeting would achieve much, and that each day that passed reduced prospects for which, I'll tell that again, and that each day that passed reduced prospects for and value of meeting. He reviewed reasons why meeting in Nigeria not practicable and mentioned conditions he has recently been attaching to his participation anywhere. He thought Ghanaians getting discouraged and merely going through motions of trying to arrange meeting in Ghana. He had agreed to cooperate with Ankra's efforts by withholding major Eastern action until after April 14. He expressed doubt that Gowon really wanted a meeting. I asked Ojukwu what he thought African heads of state would do if they participated in the SMC meeting. He said he wanted them to mediate. He was confident that even most this was before the war. This was before he declared Aburi, declared Biafra. I asked Ojukwu what he thought African heads. So he said he wanted them to mediate, wanted African heads of state to mediate. He was confident that even most reactionary heads of state would recognize that East was acting in good faith and federal military government in bad faith. He also thought that they would have restraining effect on other sides. They must restrain Nigeria, not the East. They are perfect in all things. I asked whether their presence would also have restraining effect on him. Ojukwu replied seriously that he always acted with restraint. In other words, he said they must restrain the federal government. The Americans now said, would they also restrain you? He said no. Ojukwu replied seriously that he always acted with restraint. Ojukwu reverted to temporary suspension travel U.S. citizens to East and said with emphasis he considered this discriminatory and another evidence USG taking sides. I said our action consequence of special circumstances now affecting the East only, and we are taking similar action in other parts of Nigeria in the past. In other words, marginalization. I re-emphasized temporary nature of action. I took occasion to point out that in present atmosphere of preparedness, the East was not a pleasant place for foreigners, and U.S. citizens in region were showing increasing concern about situation. Their concern was not eased by speeches such as that Ojukwu had recently given at Aba, which identified unspecified foreign governments as potential enemies of the East. In other words, Ojukwu is saying that the fact that they are telling the citizens not to come to the eastern region, or why they are suspending travel from in that part of the country, is because they are discriminating towards them. I don't know how to use all this negative, low energy nonsense, marginalization, victimization, discrimination, anything but real nation. Where were we? So they said to him that, listen, guy, what we are doing here, we've done it in other parts of Nigeria before. We'll suspend it and it's temporary. We're going to, fix it later. And by the way, Americans in the East were not very comfortable anymore because you gave a speech in Aba recently where you said that many of these foreign governments are potential enemies of the East. Maybe we're also potential enemies of the East, so might as well act accordingly. Ojukwu said it's evident that the United States government and the Western governments would comply with federal military government actions such as blockade of East. Eastern people will regard governments so complying as enemies. He foresaw possibility that most foreigners might leave region. He would regret this, but the East would have to get along without these foreign friends and would look forward to the eventual return. This thing is long ago, but let's finish it. Ojukwu laid stress on financial aspects and growing economic warfare. He accused federal military government of stalling on payments to East and of refusing. I wish I could read some books here. I would have loved to read to you what Ojukwu did to when they were supposed to come to federal government. He just commanded the oil companies to be paying royalties to him. He said Ghanaians are tried unsuccessfully to persuade federal military government to pay statutory debt to East. Ojukwu reiterated that blockade would force East to strike out alone. He claimed Lagos progressively tightening screws and situation will soon reach point of no return. In view of Ojukwu's hardline and apparent expectation of early confrontation leading to Eastern secession, I said I greatly depressed by grim prospect he was offering, and wondered whether he had weighed consequences of Eastern withdrawal from Nigeria. If one could foresee peaceful separation of the East from the rest of the country, it might be deplored but accepted. We all, however, knew manifold tribal frictions within Nigeria. I thought Eastern withdrawal would set off process of dissolution throughout Nigeria that was hardly likely to remain peaceful and could disintegrate into a situation worse than Congo. The East obviously would not be unaffected by such development. That's what they told Ojukwu. One day we'll talk about what Awolowo told Ojukwu. If I will tell you something, I don't. Baba talking of I think it was Uncle Bola, Chief Bola Ige. Timba fi ingo ba fe ngo bi je ma fe ngo obi fun e. They might just what it's another situation, by the way. But the point I'm trying to make is that if I will tell you something, at least consider it. But no. I just have a son. Because I'm going to fail a lot there. Someone says, what are the Yoruba leaders doing all this time, sir? Oh, maybe you came late. What if I told you that Yoruba people traveled to Enugu? 6 kings went to Enugu to tell this guy to calm down. Kings, Mefa. By May, Awo himself went. May 6 and 7. Awo, Marere, there were many. It was called National Conciliation Committee. They went to talk with him. You'll find the transcript of that meeting is in the book Awo on the Civil War. Awo on Nigerian Civil War. Please read that book. It's on Real New Books, by the way. You'll find it there. It was boasting to Papa. He has built the largest army in Black Africa. They don't have anything else. They gave him money, £500,000. Take this money. take care of the Igbos that have returned to the East, buy them food, help them. Ojukwu took the money and used to buy a gun. 1966. It's the people who led to destruction that will now be cursing you in Nigeria, and you will now be saying sorry because you want peace. That's not peace. That's stupidity. The person is gaslighting you, and he will gaslight your children. And your children is teaching his family to do it. You have to know what happened. Show compassion. Love people. Right? People suffer, show compassion, but don't be blackmailed. In view of Ojukwu's hardline and apparent expectation of early confrontation, so he was already expecting that Nigeria will fight. I said greatly depressed by grim prospects he was offering and wondered whether he had weighed consequences of Eastern withdrawal of Nigeria. And they are saying that we can even have a peaceful separation, right? It might be deplored, but it will be accepted eventually. However, we know that because there are many ethnic groups within Nigeria, once one pulls out, many will want to pull out. But you know the crazy part, and America did not factor this into the conversation. Ojukwu was not pulling out with Igbos. Ojukwu was pulling out with the old Eastern region. And if you read what Nebugram Douglas said in his book, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, he said that if Ojukwu is claiming that he wants to get out of Nigeria because of other ethnic groups are not agreeing with Igbos, what makes him think that he can just create a Biafra without talking to them who are also the ethnic groups in Biafra? Because they didn't want to be part of it. So as soon as the East breaks off, many groups will be breaking off within the East and other parts of Nigeria. So they said it would have made Nigeria even worse than Congo. Let's continue. We're almost done. Ojukwu made obvious response that Nigeria, not Congo, implied tribal situation also dangerous in Nigeria, and went on to say Nigerian problems could not be solved by foreign formulas. While he recognized economic advantages of one Nigeria with large land, resources, and population, political considerations were much more important than economic. As far as East and Easterners were concerned, they now motivated by Eastern nationalism and wanted to build Eastern nation. Moreover, federated Nigeria had been blocked to Pan-Africanism as many other countries feared such large nation. Some African countries think it might not be a bad thing if Nigeria broke up into smaller nations and might be willing to enter into closer relations with successor states. In other words, Nigeria is too big to appreciate Pan-Africanism. All this panty that they're calling pan whatever is just nonsense. Panty, I'm not saying the whole idea is panty, but the version is panty, not Pan-African. Starting with Ojukwu, starting with Azikiwe's Pan-Africanism was panty. Let's break Nigeria so I can have Pan-Africanism. I don't want to talk about that. Let's just continue. I pointed out that I had not offered any formula for solution and noted that some propagandists writing for Outlook, who presumably said Nigerian appeared, shared my view of potential tribal trouble throughout Nigeria, as their output seemed direct towards stirring up such trouble. Ojukwu did not attempt to deny this. I also said, according to our information, it was not just Western nations who wanted Nigeria to remain one country. This was also the view of African countries. I expressed the view it would be some time before other African countries would be inclined to enter into close relation with states emerging from Nigerian dissolution in light of the conditions that would probably prevail here. I dwelt also upon likely reaction of the United States public and Congress, which would be inclined to draw back from aid and other involvement in Africa. Ojukwu commented that the United States government could not withdraw from involvement in Africa no matter how distasteful it found Nigerian dissolution. I responded that I agreed with him in the long run, but for medium term, popular U.S. reaction would inhibit United States government. In other words, saying here that they are telling him that if you go and pull out, America will stay away. He now is telling the Americans that you cannot pull away. The hubris is on another level. That one I said, well, maybe in the long run, but for the medium term, based on popular reaction of the United States people, the government might pull back. When was this? April of 67. The war did not happen until July 6. I remarked that later matter. I remarked that related matter was prospect of international recognition should East secede. Okay, almost done. I had asked the department for available information in this regard. I concluded from this information that recognition would come very slowly. Ojukwu responded that he assumed U.S. recognition would be slow, although in time U.S. national interest would counsel recognition. There's something I want to read. I remember. I rejoined that I was thinking more. Guys, 1 second. I have to write it down so I won't forget. There's something I think I'll round up with. It was an interview. An interview with Frederick Forsyth. This was supposed to be the last thing we'll read, though, but that would be a very good conclusion. Ojukwu responded that he assumed United States recognition would be slow, although I was thinking more of recognition by other African countries, which would be slow. Let's move on very quickly. Ojukwu suggested twice that the United States government and other Western governments were more tolerant of the North than of the East. Yeah, marginalization. And perhaps thought North more amenable to their interest. I said emphatically this unfounded. United States government was impartial as between Nigerian regions and obviously had no special interest in the North. Excuse me. As variant of foregoing theme, Ojukwu also remarked he was beginning to believe Western Nigeria not averse to Eastern secession on assumption it was easier for Yorubas to exploit the North in Rum Federation. At one point in conversation, Ojukwu had casually thrown out comment that he might have to order his troops to take Lagos. When was this? April 1966. I later took occasion to observe that I thought it unlikely. I'll take that from the beginning. At one point in conversation, Ojukwu had casually thrown out comment that he might have to order his troops to take Lagos. I later took occasion to observe that I thought it unlikely either Ojukwu or Gowon would order their respective forces to undertake offensive action. I had the impression both of them and their senior military advisors were aware of limitations their forces. I'll tell you again. I had the way they wrote this thing, a Telegram, so the English not correct like that. They removed some words because Telegram, you know what Telegram is. I had the impression that both of them and their senior military advisors were aware of limitations of their forces for such action. Ojukwu did not argue the point. Discussion ended on mutual unhappiness and pessimism. That's from the ambassador, the US ambassador to Nigeria. I want to end with something here. Trying to remember. Good. Okay. My life is for you, Lord, my all, my strength. I'll show you something very quickly. This is what Ojukwu himself said when he was questioned. This is from Frederick Forsyth. Biafra, Ojukwu breaks silence. Sunday Telegraph, 4th October 1970. This is the question that Frederick Forsyth asked Ojukwu. On a purely tactical level, what would you estimate were the mistakes you made? This is Ojukwu's response. Mistakes? I made many. Thank God for the gift of hindsight. I think some of my mistakes were based on my identification of targets, political and military, both internal and external. I think these were a bit hazy, and this led to certain hesitations at crucial points. I think I declared Biafra late. Probably the best time would have been on the usurpation of power by a military junta in Lagos. I think I missed Lagos itself as a military objective. I underestimated the effect of foreign exchange on the conflict. I did not realize the full significance of the Suez Canal closure in 1967. I don't think I planned adequately against hunger, and I introduced the Biafran ideology late. That was after the war, in 1970. You see, October 7, 1970, I already ran away to Cote d'Ivoire at the time. Here's the thing. Prof, did Ojukwu write any book on the Civil War? He wrote a book. We thought it was on the Civil War, but alas, it wasn't really on the Civil War. The book is titled Because I Am Involved. It's a fair book. He talked about everything but the war, which is the crazy part. I think that's the only book he wrote. But Frederick Forsyth wrote his, I don't know what you call it, biography or whatever. It's called The Maker. So he wrote the book that didn't mention anything about the war. Maybe we should read. I think I read parts of that book here before. I read when he was talking about Awolowo. Some things. Ojukwu was not a serious man. Because if he was serious, the only thing that gave him grace that gave him popularity was the war, but he didn't write about the war. What have we learned so far? Number one, if you're a Nigerian, please pray for Gowon. He was not perfect. He was human after all. And none of us is perfect. But I appreciate Gowon. Pray for him. Thank God for that kind of person. Learn from him. There are things to imbibe from him. There are things never to do. Never concede grounds like Gowon did. You'll be considered weak, even if you are doing it for a good cause. It's the nature of man, especially if they are men like Ojukwu. Number two, contrary to what you may have been told, Nigeria did not go against Aburi. Nigeria did not hurt the East. The Eastern region, the military governor and his advisors destroyed the Eastern chances, just like Iran and his advisors destroyed Nigeria. We have read books from the East. We read A Tragedy Without Heroes by Ojukwu. We read The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akpan. And both of them said that the decree number 8 of 1967 actually implemented, I should say, the decree number 8 of 1967 actually implemented Aburi recommendations. But Ojukwu was a stubborn person, right? And Akpan said the decree gave them at least, not at most, at least 95% of what they wanted. Hilary Njoku wrote in his book that Don Egbe, Ojukwu's private secretary, who also happens to be a lawyer, actually said that decree number 8 was 98% of what they wanted in Aburi, and that the remaining 2% was just military jargons that they couldn't write out in legal terms. The only thing that Nigeria did not give was secession. What Gowon considered, no man on earth in 2026 will concede it. I'm telling you, we have read it together. Where you are the military head of state, but you're not a dictator. You cannot even promulgate decrees. You have to depend on your governors. And those governors also have veto power. And if two of them, because there were 4, if 2 of them say no to something, you don't do it. So you must have 3 at least in order to be able to do anything that has to do with appointment of diplomats, promotion of senior federal civil servants and directors, promotion of police service chiefs, the army, federal universities. Some of those things required that you would have to get their say-so. But it's supposed to be the Ogal. You are running a confederal system where the regions had autonomy. they could pass their own laws without even thinking about you. Of course, the laws will also cannot go contrary to the unity of Nigeria, but the point is that they could pass their own edicts, right? And they had that kind of autonomy. It was even so, should I say bad or good, to the point where they had almost like a regional army. Each region would have an army. It was called area command. When you hear area command today, you think of police. At the time, it was army. You're the governor of a region, but you have control over your army in the region. What else would the sane person want from Gowon? You can look for anything that he did wrong, but to be honest, as far as his relationship with the East is concerned, unless you're an angel, I don't see what he did wrong in terms of, I mean, I can say he was too soft. He considered too much, he gave too much ground away. And I would never do that kind of thing. Learning from him, not to judge him, but to say, seeing what he went through, people consider nice people weak. That's why I tell people, be kind, don't be nice. Be kind, don't be nice. We talked about it the other day. If you just check it out. Kindness is about you. Being nice is about, niceness is about trying to please the other person. Kindness sometimes will displease the other person, but to be for their greater good. Don't be nice. You're not the one that wrote Gongwaso. Be kind to everybody. But being kind sometimes requires you to be firm, to be tough, and to be hated. And if you want to live well in life and succeed in everything that God wants you to become in your life, people will not everybody will like you, and it's okay. And for those who are cursing me, I've seen. Not the funny thing, as I'm having conversation like this, I saw notifications of my videos on YouTube. You people, you will cry. All these curses, as far as I'm just crying. You don't understand. I'm trying to help you. If you're from the southeast, I'm literally trying to help. I'm telling you that your tears don't matter if they are based on lies. In case you don't know, this is how this thing is working. So all of that to say this. We are where we are today because of the mistakes of certain people. And while we don't have sessions here to, castigate people, we should also be bold enough to acknowledge when they are wrong and to learn from their mistakes so we don't repeat the rubbish. Don't be like Ojukwu in anything in your life. There's nothing I can look at him and say I want to copy. And that's actually saying a lot, because you know what? Me, when I study people, I look for something good that I can copy. I can't find. I cannot find. Just reckless. It was just reckless. I always try to, even if I don't want to mention, there's some terrible human beings that have lived on this earth, and there's something I look at, there's nothing. Just waste human beings' lives. People just died. These people now come and bring that on you and say you're Nigerian. I don't owe you nothing. If you are looking for if you are looking for apologies, do what the Catholic Church did. Exhume that person. Put them on the stand. Let them answer for the wahala. Sentence them. Let it be. God bless you. All right. I think about two people in the comment section want to come up. We'll have those two people that will close for today. I hope you got something from this Kinesha. Please be informed. Nigeria tried everything. Decree number 8, March 17, 1967 will go down as the best decree that never worked in this country, because one man said no to it. And that man and his people are the one who are always crying and telling you are doing something wrong. You are not. Thank you for listening. We have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays. So if you want to be part of it, please join us tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. We're just going to listen to a recording, but it's going to be fantastic. So please join us tomorrow at 4 p.m. We start playing the music early, before 4, and then we get into the conversation after 4. So join us tomorrow. We'll be here again on Friday as well. But for now, I'm just going to bring the 3 people who I'm seeing. There were 2, now there are 3. All of you that live in peace and harmony. But I'll bring these 3 people, but please, let's just have those 3. And if there's time, we'll have others. Okay, so as soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll have you contribute. Please mute as soon as you get up. Thank you. Bumblebee, Math, Tuition, and Sally. Thank you very much. By the way, that thing about prayer, I'm actually serious about it too. I think we should pray for Nigeria based on understanding. Because all this Oluwa, please mute. All this Oluwa in Nigeria, please mute now. If you are sending requests, please be available so I can mute. Thank you. All this Oluwa that we pray in Nigeria, we are too ignorant. You know, I mean, there is the prayer of the masses, and God hears it. But He hears. I mean, it's what they are looking for. But there is more strategic prayers. Anyway, I think I'm going spiritual now. Let's have the submissions so that we can close. We start with Math Tuition. Bumblebee, please go on.
Prof.
Good evening, Chief.
So I'm going to make my submissions as concise as possible. First of all, there is a pattern there's a method to their madness, and there's a pattern. They have an MO, a modus operandi, and they like this chess beating pattern. Even when you see some of them, they make some money, you know, they start talking about how much you get. I get money past you and all that, you know. So it's a cultural thing, just as you've pointed out earlier. They need to advance their culture in that area. So chess beating and rubber rousing is their way of going about things. So it's one of the reasons they won't get power. The pattern has been recognized. When you look at the thing is, when they get the platform, when they become very successful, when they get power, when they are given recognition in society, they push propaganda. Example is Nnamdi Azikiwe. Another person is Okonjo-Iweala of late. You know, she has gone to write books. She's not an historian. When she got platform, she worked in at the World Bank. You know, she worked as a minister in Nigeria, and then she got to World Trade Organization and all. So whenever they get power, when they get to the peak of their career, they tend to push the political agenda, their ethnic agenda, and propaganda that they've been pushing around all their life. So it's one of the reasons people are very skeptical to even work with them. So when you give this kind of today, running around saying all sort of rubbish, that's what you will have been doing as the president of the country. So, and it's very important for we Yoruba people, because, and it's very important more than anyone else, we are very susceptible to being empathetic as Yoruba people. We have this soft mind, and is why this kind of program is very, very, very important. We find that we are susceptible not just to all these ethnic blackmailers. We are also susceptible to religious extremists. So, which is one of the reasons we had a fight, you know, with the Fulanis, Afoja, and all that. While Afoja was building his army of ex-slaves and people bringing them, you know, to form an army because he had political issue with his political rivals, he never realized that people in the background were forming a religious revolution. So that brings me to what is happening up north, and that is, let me start with Adebayo Shittu. Adebayo Shittu is going around making a lot of careless statements, you know, about how he wants Sharia in the southwest and all that. People should also take mental notes. Those are people that should be isolated in society, and they should stay where they can't have power and won't be able to influence anything. Now, I want to say this. I want to buttress that with the work of Reverend Ladi Thompson. He's also a security expert. He mentioned things that people like El Rufai and Issa Pantami. Issa Pantami is the former Minister of Communication from 2019 to 2023. And that was after Adebayo Shitu was Minister of Communication as well, in 2015 to 2019. Now, Issa Pantami, before he became Minister of Communication, during his earlier career, he was a lecturer in ABU Zaria. In ABU Zaria, Reverend Ladi Thompson said, Issa Pantami issued a fatwa against 2 students because they preached to...
Let's begin to round up.
Okay, they preached to some Muslim undergraduates, and when he issued that fatwa, some students went out and killed those ABU students on campus. So this is someone that later, after doing this in ABU, and it left the job and then later became a Minister of Communication in Nigeria. El Rufai also had a slip-up while addressing Miyetti Allah about the Muslim ticket, and it showed that these people had an Islamization agenda all along. The only thing they didn't factor in is the fact that the current president, Tinubu, despite him being a Muslim, is not an Islamist. So I think our people need to take that mental note and be careful how we move. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much for that submission. I really do appreciate it. All right, we're going to go to okay, that was Bumblebee. So we'll go to Math Tuition. Good evening, Math Tuition. Go you once. Go you twice. Okay. I think Miss Moson has also dropped. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bumblebee, for that submission. That was very great. Thank you. All right, Matt Tuition, I guess you're having an issue with your maybe connection or something, but thank you. Lord. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. By the way, if you want to support us, I've not done this in a while, so let me do it today. If you'd like to support the live, please use these bank details, right? We do this from time to time because it's important to support what we do. By the way, thank you very much to those who gave gifts, whether on YouTube or here on TikTok. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate your support and your generosity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you'd like to use send cash or whatever, please use the bank details on the screen, the GT account, and your support will be highly appreciated. Thank you very much. I saw a message here while you guys were talking. Somebody said, who is funding you? Sincerely, they usually ask me this question. They used to ask me a while back. I don't know why they stopped, but I think somebody just resurrected it on YouTube. Number one, I think people have a very low way of thinking about nationhood. When everything is transactional, so you do something because you're being paid. I mean, even if I'm being paid, that doesn't matter altogether. But the point is, the assumption that a person can't do something for posterity or just to help his people, it has to be that somebody is paying him for something. I think it's very low level thinking. That's number one. Number two, please support what we're doing. Be the one that is sponsoring me, so that we can. So the next time they ask me who is sponsoring me, I can't mention your name. I'm joking, but just support, right? It's important that we get this done because we have the sessions every day, and it takes a lot to get the sessions on a daily basis. So yeah, thank you very much for your support. And thanks for being part of today's session. We've had so many likes and comments on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook, even on Twitter. Thank you. Thank you for your support. May God bless you, and may God bless Nigeria. May Nigeria work in a lifetime. for everyone, right? Regardless of the ethnicities, make Nigeria work for everyone. And those who have issues, may God raise somebody in the Southeast that will help heal the people. The people are not suffering from what happened during the war. They are suffering from the lies they've been told for many years. And I said something in passing the other day, and I think it's true. Although some people call it pseudoscience, but it'd be like something as, I think it's true to some extent. Maybe not all the way, but I mean, the jury's out on it, but it's called epigenetics. Epigenetics. You can lie to a point where it will seep into your cells, and you pass it on. It will seep into your DNA. You pass it on to your descendants. People just wake up and believe certain things. It doesn't matter if what you are saying is absolute nonsense. They just believe it. Be showing them proof. They'll be looking for a way to poke holes, even if it's obvious. But there's nothing God cannot do. So I'm praying that God will help folks in the Southeast and help them heal, because they need it. If you're a Yoruba person or you're a Nigerian from other places, you don't need healing. You need knowledge, and we're trying to share knowledge with ourselves. Of course, like I always say, it's important that I repeat it. I know I say it a lot, but it's important to show compassion to people. If you see a person who's suffering, just show compassion. Be a good person. Be kind. But don't allow people to gaslight you or to take you for granted. That's what Nigeria's story has taught us. The nicest president we have had is the one that was really, really taken for granted. The nicest, in my opinion. And if you think I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. But I think the nicest president we've had has been General Gowon. That's what I think. I think he's one. But I think the smartest one we've had is President Tinubu. And he's kind, but he's not nice. Tinubu is kind, but he's not nice. That's a leader. Or that's a better leader, I should say. Mr. Baderi Wadeniji, proud to be fair too. Great. All right. May God bless us and make Nigeria work. Let's have our national anthem and the Yoruba anthem. The Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Both are national. One is the national anthem, one is the anthem of the country. Yoruba is a nation, Nigeria is a country. All right. Here's our anthems, here are the national anthem, or the Nigerian anthem and Yoruba anthem. What's anthem in Yoruba? Because sorry guys, I hope everybody is okay with those resistance. Okay, we did well, Abi. We didn't fight. Please, if you're from this house, try and read those documents to understand more about what happened. And again, Enyo Akpan's The Struggle for Secession, Hilarion Joku's The Tragedy Without Heroes, Christ and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Kergreen, 12th August 1968 speech in Addis Ababa by Anthony Naoro, and there's another Go One by J. Isawa Elaigo. I'm just saying the sources that we read today. And I think we also read, cables from the United States. Thank you very much for being part. All these things are right. I can't. There are some things I don't put on the website, Mr. Tungus. There are some things I don't put on the website. It's intentional. I don't put things like that on the website. On the community group. I don't. Don't worry. I've seen things. I've been through stuff, so I'm very careful of things I put out. Try and understand. Thank you very much. Here's the Nigerian anthem, and I'll play the Yoruba anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. Lord of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá, orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé láti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òǹdànílé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Lẹ́yìnbó ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́. May God bless this nation. May God bless this country. May God fill us with all the wisdom that we require to be able to build the kind of country that we really need to have. We've got to do something. We have to. And may God give us the wisdom that we require to do so. By the way, some of the things that people ask about documents, you will find them in the book that's coming out. When it's going to come out, I don't know. But you'll find those things there. It's easier to put those things there than to just put it somewhere on social media. It took me a while to decide to put the special branch report on Redomi. And, it took me a while to make that decision. There are certain things that you just want to be, well, it's a small platform, but it's growing. It's actually grown very fast, to be honest. It's actually grown very fast and attracted certain different kinds of people. You'll be shocked. You'll be shocked. You will be shocked. I don't say, there's something I don't say in public, but yeah. There was a time, by the way, we're done. There was a time, by the way, where I used to have people could type and write stuff on that platform. If you notice, nobody can type anything. There's a reason for that. I may not be able to say the reason for everything, but it's not everything that you can actually put out there, so that you just be responsible for what you're not responsible for, and it's not fair. Mr. Toyib Olaokpe, how do you join? Just go on Telegram. Let me write something for you on TikTok. So t.me redomi global. If you put that in your browser, you'll be able to, you'll get in there and then just join. If you want to buy books, Redomi Books. If you want to join the community, Redomi Global. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he give you peace and joy beyond your wildest dreams. May he cause people to come into your space and help you achieve his dreams for your life. May you make progress in everything that you do. And may you never have a better yesterday. God bless you. Have a lovely evening, everybody. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. If time West African time. We're going to listen to a fantastic recording, and we also have a tete-a-tete. So please come early, 4 p.m. if time West African time. Do have a lovely, lovely evening. God bless you. Odaro.